We are back, or shall I say I'm back, because these gentlemen had a little live stream without me last week. You guys can find the Comic Shop Conversations on Josh's channel, Pop by Culture, which is linked in the description of this video, or this live stream. But I guess I should be telling you all buongiorno, or buonasera from Italy, because that's where I was last week. And I was watching you guys live from from the terrace of my hotel room. But you guys had a fun stream. How'd that go?
It was fun. It was perfect. Josh knows how to host. It was great. No problems at all.
I bet. I told Josh, I said, Josh, what are the odds, or what's the over under for how many seconds into the live stream you call me gay? And it was 1 minute and like 20 seconds, but that's with the intro. So really it was less than that. So
pretty much.
Yeah. But I heard you guys loved my scarf.
Of course.
It was a hit.
I believe it. Well, women love a sharp dressed man. So actually, you gotta look good.
My favorite part of giving you shit was at the very, very end, right before ending the video, where I pulled that picture back up of you, and I was like, "Oh, and by the way, I didn't add this fucking flag."
Oh, yeah. So, chat, for you, those of you who don't know, I was posting pictures like on Twitter and Instagram of just my trip while I was gone, and I, had gelato, and we went to the Duomo, which is the main cathedral there in Milan, Italy. Posting a couple pictures from behind the scenes of Milan Fashion Week, which was the big event that was going on in the city. But through that, Josh decided to that's
that's so big.
Going to Milan Fashion Week, boys.
Nothing but Max.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could be my new comic.
It's Max.
Max with 3 X's.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh God.
Yeah, and but no. So as I was posting some of those pictures, the guys got a kick out of it, and it was a lot of fun It's fun watching the show because it reminds me of when I used to watch Drew and Kyle on the Comics Elite channel, and I was just a fan, right? And I had my own channel. And was like, man, we should collaborate, And so now I watch you guys on Josh's channel, and I'm like, these guys are pretty funny.
I did that. That's all me.
Yeah,
all me. I will say, as fun as it was shitting on you, I really loved seeing your pictures. Italy looks awesome, and I'm glad you got to go have that trip, especially with your family. So
yeah. No, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, chat, for those of you who don't know, I do have family in Italy, and we try and see them almost every 2 or 3 years. We try and go out either in the summer or whatnot, and it's just like, I don't know, it's such a different vibe and a different culture, and so to come back here, you just feel like rejuvenated by being out in Italy, and so it was a really good opportunity to spend time with family and just my mom and dad, so. It was an awesome time. So appreciate you guys holding down the fort while I was gone. But I will say, like I said, it was fun listening to the show while I was gone. There is nothing that makes me more happy or giddy than listening to Kyle's little childish laugh, trying to explain the ridiculous idiocy of Iron Man issue. What was it?
No. Oh, was it Iron Man? Oh, it was Iron Man. But
Iron Man when they give the crowd of people the new power, and Kyle's just like audibly dying laughing, and that was very funny. So because of how stupid it was.
It's a sight to behold. It really is unlike anything.
Yeah.
That's how.
Because don't they all cheer like? What's up, Drew?
That's how I felt about Secret 6 this week.
Yeah, you were saying that was awful.
Yes, could be one of the worst comics of the year. I guarantee it.
I was gonna say, could it be a contender for our year 2025 list? All right,
it's at the top of my list right now.
Gosh dang, man, that's brutal. That's super brutal.
Don't worry, Fire and Ice is coming as well. So
oh my gosh, we have not even.
in Chips
I've been out of the
Captain America. So yeah.
Wow. I feel like I've been out of the like whenever you leave for a week and you like go out of the country, you don't check social media and you're just kind of like in your own little world, it feels like. So to come back, I'm like, oh my God, it feels like I've time traveled. Like I don't know what happened while I was gone. The only thing I like try and go check the news and all I see are JD Vance images of his face everywhere.
I don't know how or why that started, but they're fucking hilarious.
Hey, but the world is uniting under these photos and I love it. I could not. Democrats and Republicans are coming together hand in hand making JD Vance photos. So
it's wonderful.
He will be our 48th president.
He should be. He better be.
48, right? Yeah,
48.
48. So, and if that's the case, I hope he runs his campaign with one of those photos. So,
every bumper sticker.
All right, well, let's see who's here this evening. And once again, chat, thank you guys for being here. It's a pleasure to see y'all. And I'm sorry I missed you last week. We've got MG saying, "Oh wow, Max actually decided to show up this week. Let's go." Yes, yeah, I'm here. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know. Chris, who knew the guy? Who's the new guy on the show tonight? Oh, it's Max. I tend to not be here all the time. So, Cajun, what's happening, Cajun? Good to see you, brother. Cajun, it's funny. I was looking through my phone of pictures of the Dallas meetup, and there was a picture of you and Kyle out in the patio or something. And I think it was right at the moment that Kyle began to understand what you were saying.
Yep.
Yeah. We've got Chris MG Kaiser. What's up, fellers? Well, hey, howdy there, feller. Kaiser says Max was officially named the gayest person of the show.
You see, when you say the gayest, you guys say it like that Snagglepuss recorder on the red
Yes.
carpet. Is this the gayest?
The gayest? Yeah.
Is this the gayest?
Max is the gayest person on the show. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd track. We were joking that, Josh, if you and I had a sitcom, we'd actually subvert expectations because you'd be the nerd and I'd be the gay.
Right.
Or would it be vice versa? I'm not sure.
Who knows?
Yeah. Enzo with the 07 with the salute coming in. Hello, Enzo. And Kaiser says, bring back the rippenings. We will talk about Rippa. And maybe some of his books deserves to be ripped, but we'll see. We'll see. We've got J-Pop. Hope so for I'm not sure what. Oh, for maybe the rippenings. He says, hello, everyone. Good evening to you, Jay. And hey, Jack, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you. Been a while since we've seen you here. So it's a pleasure. Max and Josh, ambiguously gay duo. So
wait, true. Max, do you know what the ambiguously gay duo is?
Oh wait, that's like a thing?
It's a thing.
A hard one to swallow.
That's
now
like
what's everybody looking at?
It's okay, we'll educate you later.
Mm-hmm. Please do.
You're but a young babe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently it's before your time.
Speaking of which, because I am so young, on my 10 to 12 hour air travel trip to Italy, which is the worst, by the way. I hate flying, and to be in one of those confined coffins for 12 hours is my nightmare. But while I was in there, I started watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, season 1. Now, yeah, I know. And so I learned that afterwards because I was like, this seems a little cheesy, kind of like Buffy season 1, Josh, like when we're watching those episodes,
Max,
and you're like,
if you wanted to watch TNG, I could have given you a list of the top 10 episodes to watch.
Of season 1 or just of like the
in general. I would have been like, you're not watching anything from season 1 at all. Probably not even season 2, maybe an episode from season 3.
But I have to
and
watch
that's
the
the point.
episodes with Q so I understand who Q is, right?
Well, the first episode, yeah. Encounter for a point, yeah.
Yes, which he says the famous line, "Let's see what's out there. Engage." So even though I watched season 1, I'm digging it. Like, I know it's not that great comparatively to like season 3, which is like supposedly some of the best television on
Yeah,
earth.
when you get like the
Um,
best of both worlds, it is arguably one of the greatest season finales ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And see, that's what I hear, and I'm super excited to watch it, but I'm just like, man, I've gone 31 years of my life and never watched this great Star Trek, experience. Like,
You never watched TNG?
no, never.
You've never seen an episode when Picard is a POW by the
No,
Cardassians?
no.
Oh, that's one of the greatest episodes ever.
Mm. The one that that I really like though, Drew, is and you'll probably tell me more about this later, but there's an episode called Q Who, I think in season 2, where the Borg are introduced, and they're like Cenobites. They're great. I love it. So I'm really excited.
Flings the Enterprise just into far
Yes.
distance. Yeah.
Like in the neutral, not the neutral zone, but
just way out in the middle of
somewhere.
Delta Quadrant where they're at.
Yeah.
That's where they first encounter them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's great too because like I'm getting all these references. Like Aaron Sparrow on Twitter made a reference to the neutral zone over the weekend, and I was like, I got that reference. I understood that.
So why did you start that? What was the reason behind it?
I've always wanted to get into Star Trek. Has always been more fascinating to me than Star Wars, but I've never known where to start. And so when you're sitting there for 12 hours and you're like, what else am I going to do? I figured I'd just start watching it. And each episode is about 45 minutes long. So I was like, I could breeze through one of these seasons. And so that's kind of what I started doing. But yeah, it's pretty rad, man.
You got to watch, like I said, Best of Both Worlds, parts 1 and 2. And you got to watch, it's a Chain of Command, parts 1 and 2. When,
Ooh.
that's what I'm talking about, the four lights, when Picard is the POW. It is fantastic.
Okay. That is one thing that I'm shocked and like honestly I am just stoked about is how the chain of command works on the bridge and just in the Enterprise in general. It is so militarized. Like it feels like I'm watching a military action or mission. Like everyone is super professional, and the greetings are yes sir, aye sir. Everything just seems like it's written like someone who has experienced like war, or not war, but maybe just military in general. But
yeah. Well, so Gene Roddenberry, when he devised TNG, he set up a lot of rules for the writers. The first season, it is hysterical. I don't know if Josh knows, you probably know this, but like they went through like I don't know how many writers in the first season. So many were fired. It's ridiculous. But one of the main rules was that there was no more interpersonal drama between humans, between life forms. So how do I write? The writers are stuck. How do I write dramatic stories where there's no more interpersonal drama with these people? So yeah, they had to get as creative as possible, and one of them was Q. You're writing God at that point.
Right, he's this interdimensional being who is part of this conglomerate of other Qs, right?
Who can do anything.
Yeah. But no, I know that the Red Letter Media guys like love Star Trek Next Generation, and they have said before that the writing in season 3 is impeccable, and so I am looking forward to that. So yeah, we'll see. But
they actually brought on a guy who did a lot of cop shows from CBS and like ABC, like as like the head showrunner writer, and he really streamlined things. And yeah, he didn't like Gene Roddenberry. Not many writers like Gene Roddenberry.
I see.
He was like, he had a lot of ideas for a wacky doodle. Oh, this
wacky doodle.
Yeah, this was an old guy.
Okay. Well, speaking of shows, we're about to get into Daredevil episode 1 and 2. of season 4, but season 1 of Disney Plus. So we are going to talk about Daredevil Born Again. And we're going to give our spoiler review of Daredevil here in just a moment. And then after that, we're going to talk about some of the recent Rippaverse videos that have just dropped on the Rippaverse channel, or I guess Eric July's personal channel. So we'll talk about that in a sec. But Chris says, speaking of Eric July, he says, I have EVS open in my other tab waiting for him to do his Blood review. My God, that must be that'll be exciting and funny.
Yeah.
So, Chris says DS9 was my fave. That I do hear is good as well.
Yeah, DS9 gets a lot of respect. You know, I do need to go back through and rewatch that. I watched a few episodes here and there growing up, but I always like TNG.
That's kind of the consensus that I hear as well. Is TNG takes the cake, if not over the original series, like with Kirk.
So I mean, yeah, they had a few memorable episodes from the original series, you know, some original really good episodes. But TNG, with as many seasons as they had a lot of great episodes later on after the first couple seasons.
So who is your captain? Captain, my captain.
It's Kirk.
Would you be led by Kirk or Picard?
Yeah, it's Kirk. I'm going with.
Okay. Yeah. All right. He's a cowboy, but he gets stuff done. We've got Jay Blue says, "What's up, Fab 4?" Well, thank you, Jay Blue. What's going on with you? Hope you're doing well this week, man, and hope you're about to have a good weekend. If we were the Fab 4 instead of the Fantastic 4, who would all of us be? I think Kyle's got the gruffness of a Ben Grimm. Right. Drew might have the intellect of a Reed Richards. And
I guess I'm Sue Storm. Like what the
and 100%. No, Josh, you were nobody but Sue Storm.
No, Josh is the flamer, so he would be Johnny Storm, right?
I was gonna say Herbie the robot.
Okay,
there you go. No, but yeah, Josh is the flamer and I'm the girl.
I give the gayest flame on ever. Flame on!
Oh, flame on.
Start dancing with like sparklers.
Yeah. Oh man. Kaiser says, I don't know if I'm alone on this, but I just saw Interstellar for the first time, and that movie sucks. Interesting.
I'm not a fan.
I like Interstellar.
Yeah.
I'd have to watch it again. I think what's his name's performance is just freaking brilliant. But
Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. Like when he's looking at his daughter and he's just screaming, crying at, through that dimensional thing. It's like, it's hard to watch. So.
One take. That was the first take.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's Matthew McConaughey, so that tracks. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, how do you invoke that same feeling?
That's what he said. Like, I can only do this one time, so make sure everything's rolling.
Yeah. we on? Is all these cameras on?
Yep.
Drew, you might want to sit this one out because we're about to talk Lord of the Rings, but during the no kidding. During the finale of the Return of the King, when they're on the not the White Shores, but they're basically sending off Frodo and Gandalf and everyone. And they have that Grey Havens, that's what it's called. The Grey Havens. And they have the ships there. They said they had to film that, like that was a scene that they shot all day. And it's a scene where Sam, Merry, and Pippin have to cry the entire time. They're just constantly sobbing the entire time. So the guys said by the end of the day, they were just emotionally so drained. They just went and crashed. Like, dude, I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah, like to fake cry for that long. Like, damn, like that would suck. Yeah.
And to have to portray to your audience
that you're really upset.
How horrifying it is to say bye to your best friend after this long journey
Yeah.
finally coming to a culmination. And Peter Jackson is like, take 24, and you're like, oh my god, dude, I like physically cannot cry anymore.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. All right, sorry, Drew, we're done.
Football practice. What? Okay.
Oh no, Mom, I don't want any cookies.
Clown has no penis. What?
Oh my god, the clown has no penis. What was that, Step Brothers, or was that yeah, that's right.
What kind of dreams are you guys having?
JK says, not being a Marvel person, I was thinking Mickey, Minnie, Donald, and Goofy. Oh, the Fab Four. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Would I still be Minnie then?
Yeah.
It's like, do I get to not be a girl this time? I don't know.
Someone please clip that and just have it like out of context, please.
JK weighed in on the captain argument, and she said Picard.
You can't really. I mean, look, you can't really argue. They're both great captains. That's the thing, you know. And I like Kirk. He's got a little more charisma.
And that's the thing, man. He's got the oomph. He's got the charisma. He's got the, he's banging ladies left and right.
He's taking on the lady. He's fucking everything that moves, and he's giving nothing.
Yeah,
like he's just taking it all for himself. It's like, come on, dude.
Leave some for the rest of your crew.
Yeah. You don't think we like cheat on our wives too?
Oh my god. But I think that's why they have number one. Why they have Commander Riker.
Yeah.
Because Riker is the equivalent of what a Kirk would be,
well,
right?
It's funny you say that because Roddenberry, I mean, like DC Fontana, like his longtime writer and like the writer he was having a fling with, I believe. Roddenberry saw himself as Kirk when he was younger, and as he got older, he saw himself more as Picard as he got older.
I mean, it makes sense because Picard is the delegate, right? He's the one who is. He's the politician. Not politician. That's the wrong word.
No, he's being a smart commander. He's like, what do you suggest? He's getting everyone's opinions who he trusts in his team. And he's a president with his cabinet. What do you think? What do you believe?
Yeah. He's a very good diplomat. It's like he knows how.
Diplomat. That's the word. Thank you. Yeah.
Surrounding himself with smart
100%.
people.
Yep.
Yeah. And like you said, asking for their input, but also trying to come to conclusions by gaining all the valuable information, the necessary information, but then also seeing compromises where he can make with other individuals like outside of his own realm. So yes, diplomat is the word. Thank you, Kyle and JK. He is definitely the diplomat where Kirk just kind of takes what he wants. he's a cowboy.
Yeah. He doesn't follow the rules. Yeah.
So wait, Kyle, would you choose Kirk or Picard?
Who I want as my captain?
Who would you want to lead you on an exploration through space?
That's tough. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's tough. I mean, I'd have to. I think younger me would definitely be like, "Oh, Kirk, yeah, we're gonna get in some shit. Like, we're gonna fuck some shit. Hell yeah!" But then the older me is like, "No, I think Picard. It's like we only need to fuck shit up when we have to. Like, it's not just getting us into shit for the sake of doing it. It's like, all right." So,
Picard is probably more level-headed, and you're gonna have a more stable, like environment. Now,
what's funny is that when you watch the movie Generations, it's not a great Star Trek movie by any means, but it does have some good scenes. It does have some good moments between Picard and Kirk. Like you have Kirk, pretty much telling Picard, like, "Hey, just you think about retiring, think about leaving the chair. Don't. You're not going to make as much of a difference as you do when you're in that chair, on the ship. Just kind of telling him and pretty much having like Picard just ease back, from his stiffness a little bit." And it's great seeing that.
That's cool. Yeah, I think that was one thing that I remember watching on like a YouTube video. Someone was saying that like it's nice to get those character moments with Picard or with Riker or with, just any one of the crew. Even like Data, where you're getting these little moments where, like the crew will be laughing and Data goes, ha 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 ha. Anyway, because he's like, he's trying to mimic laughter but doesn't really understand. So yeah, it's those little character moments.
That's what's great about TNG is that a lot of those episodes are character-driven episodes.
Yeah. MG says, just picture if you were Max and somebody took your scarf and Starbucks away. They would not have a good rest of the day.
Man. It
could be that Dawson's Creek James Vanderbeek face when he's crying. Crying faces. Yeah.
No, you would not have a good rest of your day, MG. You'd meet, something. Jack Frost says Interstellar and Prometheus are two of the worst science fiction films ever made.
Bite your tongue.
Prometheus is a guilty pleasure. It's like one of those bad sci-fi movies I just like watching. It's stupid. It's a stupid alien film, but it's fun to watch. It's a beautifully stupid alien film.
Is Prometheus the Ridley Scott sequel to Alien? Oh, okay.
Written by David Lindelof, the greatest writer in history of mankind.
Oh, that's David Lindelof. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. Where they had those Chad like alien human bodybuilder guys.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, the dudes.
All right. Yeah. Jack Frost says Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is peak OG Star Trek.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's something I need to watch as well.
We got to see that in theater. We went to go see that not too long ago.
That's
last
cool.
year, 2 years ago, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
See,
awesome.
I'd go to the theater to see that in a heartbeat. That's cool.
It was awesome.
All right. Well, before we talk about Daredevil, I do want to show just a funny clip. I saw this on Instagram last week or something, and I forget how it came up, but I was laughing so hard because, as you guys know, Kyle, Drew, and
is that Homie the Clown?
Is this something that I'm not privy to? Like I never.
It already looks hilarious.
Is that Homie the Clown?
I don't know who that is.
Homie the Clown in Living Color.
Yeah.
David Wayans? Homie don't play that.
It looks like him.
Okay. So this came across my Instagram feed and I was like, what the hell is this? It was so funny because Kyle and Drew and Josh and I have all been to Dallas Fan Expo. We've been to LA Comic Con. We've been to all these different conventions. And this looks like this was probably early 2000s ish, right? Or maybe late 1990s.
What? The video?
This clip? Yeah.
No,
I don't know. This looks like it could have been last week. I have no idea.
Maybe. But what this clown says does not feel current day, and it's hilarious.
It probably was the guy dressed as Homie the Clown. That's probably why, from the 90s.
Oh, okay.
Probably. I'm guessing.
So
I haven't seen this.
So I'll play this and I'll just play it through and then we can comment on it afterwards. But I was just like, if we ever saw this at a convention, I'd want to get like a picture with this guy because it's so just ridiculously funny. But so yeah, the comment says, nah, this era wouldn't be able to handle Yucko the Clown. And this is from the Instagram page 6ornht or Horn HT. I don't know how you pronounce that. Oh, well.
Commissioner Gordon's first name?
Jim.
Jim? I didn't think you'd ever heard of a Jim. Hey, nice fishnets. Smells like you caught a trout. Hey, who are you supposed to be?
I'm supposed to be Harley Quinn. Or...
Harley Quinn?
Yes.
You're Asian. You're more like Harley Chin. You reckon the Joker? Hey, Wonder Woman.
Yes, sir.
Do you bleed? I bet you haven't bled since the 90s.
I don't.
Hey, does anyone ever mistake you for the mountain?
Like Game of Thrones?
No, like Everest, you big fat cowboy whale shit. Hey, who are you supposed to be?
Black Widow.
Black Widow. You used to date Daredevil, right?
I did.
Yeah, I wish I was blind like Daredevil so I couldn't see you. What's the thing your weight's there?
200 pounds.
200 pounds. I bet that's what your scale says too. Hey, who are you supposed to be?
I'm Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn. You're more like a Harley Davidson because you're a goddamn hog. What, Commissioner Gordon?
Jesus.
Yo, so this is like 2016 to 2018, just based
It's
on.
gotta be because he
Yeah.
said Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
Well, no,
And
well,
the
that's
Harley
also the Suicide Squad Harley Quinn
Yeah.
from the
Oh
film.
my god, bro! I was losing it when I was like, I was like, my hand was shaking from how hard I was laughing when I first watched this.
Yeah, he's
When-
like Homie the Clown. Yeah, that's
Okay.
hysterical. I love it.
But I mean, I don't know how he gets away with this stuff in early or like this. If this was Josh, you said 2018.
I would say 2016 to 2018 because
Okay.
what he referenced. The "Do You Bleed" is a BVS
Yeah.
reference.
Yep.
You've got the Harley Quinn from Suicide Squad. So yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, man. But some of these are just off the cuff. Like he is a lunatic, and I love it. God, it's so funny. Like the fishnet comment. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, you wait. It's more like Harley Davidson because you're a hog. It's
Like a
oh
fucking
my
hog.
God. Oh, he doesn't care at all. Let me
I
play
love
this
it.
one more time. Yeah.
His first name.
Jim.
Jim. I didn't think you'd ever heard of a Jim. Yeah.
And he's like scream.
I love like he keeps going with the joke after.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Like I'm so surprised that these people didn't like kick him out. Like these
Yeah.
are, I mean, he's hilarious, but like I'm curious how he got away with this. But
Yeah.
Hey, nice fishnets. Smells like you caught a trout. Yeah. Hey, who are you?
her face is like, oh my god, I hate you. And then he goes nama 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 whenever he's talking to the Harley Chin.
I
or whatever.
love this.
Supposed to be
I'm supposed to be Harley Quinn. Or
Harley Quinn.
Yes.
You're Asian. You're more like Harley Chin. You
It's terrible. Oh my god. I wonder if this guy is like a comic fan or if he's just some rando.
He's got to be some rando. I guarantee.
Probably.
Hey, one
You like the Joker?
a woman.
Yes, sir.
Do you bleed? I bet you haven't bled since the 90s.
I know.
Hey, does
So dumb.
anyone ever mistake you for the mountain?
Like Game of Thrones?
No, like Everest, you big fat tub of whale shit. Hey.
Sometimes you just need a fat joke, you know?
Yes.
Hey, who are you supposed to be?
Black Widow.
Black Widow. You used to date Daredevil, right?
I did.
Yeah, I wish I was blind like Daredevil so I couldn't see you.
He goes, "Ah." He's like, looking around. He's fine.
What's it saying your weight's there?
200 pounds.
200 pounds. I bet that's what your scale says, too. Hey, who are you supposed to be?
Just absolutely unhinged. Unhinged.
Oh,
So
Damn.
there you go.
love it.
Funny clown.
Doing the Lord's work.
Yep.
Doing the I mean, in a way, bringing joy to some, and
No, he's a court jester that needs to be in our society.
Yeah.
Somebody has
Yeah.
to hold these people accountable for looking like
Those-
fucking retards. Like,
Those were the days when you had that stuff like from In Living Color, and then you had what is it, Insult the Comic Dog? Like,
yes,
oh, that's
what you
funny.
need.
Yeah. And for now, granted, we only got to see clips of that Instagram reel, but for the most part, it looked like some of those people were just kind of taking it on the chin and being like, "Yeah, that's I'm fat."
What he
Or
goes
like,
say, it's
just
like,
whatever.
I'm sure they walked away and like started crying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We were moving it, like we were pretty much starting the wave of
Politically correctness.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
the inception of the
Especially-
TDS.
2016. That's when it all went to hell. So.
Mm.
Jack Frost says, yeah, it was Triumph, the insult comic dog made by the guy who created the ambiguously gay duo.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah, Robert Smigel.
Yep.
All right. Well, there you go.
I don't know why this is a memory that sticks out of my head, but do y'all remember the show Hollywood Squares?
Yeah.
And there was a period of time where they had Insult the Comic Dog on there as one of the
It
celebrities.
was?
Yeah.
Really?
So you just
How?
had the guy with this, and the cigar coming out of the dog's mouth.
Yeah.
But I will never forget they had Little Richard also on there,
Oh,
and the
man.
Insult just kept ragging him. And Little Richard's like, "Who that dog? Who that dog?" So I've kept. Do you know who Little Richard is?
Unfortunately, I don't get the reference.
You don't know who Little Richard is?
Yes, you do. Please look him up. Google him real quick.
All you got to he sings that "Goodness gracious, great balls." Goodness gracious, great balls of fire.
Oh my lord. Okay,
yeah.
no.
Okay, so you got to imagine that up there, being like, "Who the dog? Who the dog?" Shut
Okay,
up.
that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Oh my lord. He's got quite the face now. So
He's dead now.
Oh.
So
oh well, yep. Then his
But he
most
did
recent
before he died. A lot of plastic surgery did not help. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know what could use some plastic surgery is our show and tell picks this week. So let's go ahead and do some show and tell. I was going to do like a slideshow and be like, here was my trip to Italy, and do like a full
Oh
God, we didn't do
I would
that.
have left. I would have said fuck off.
but no one wants to go through that. So instead, I'll do a slideshow of some of Drew's comics that he's working on. So walk us through what we're seeing here. Oh, whoa. Wow. But yes, please walk us through what we're looking at here, Drew.
Yeah, this is a cover I commissioned by a guy named Miko. This took a while to get done, but it turned out beautifully. He did this all by hand. He was sending it to me, bit by bit, and it turned out better than we thought it would. So this right here by Miko is going to be an upcoming cover for either issue 2 or 3 for Unholy Nightmare.
It looks sick, man. How you keep finding these artists is beyond me. But yeah, I mean, just the gradation and the shading of the face and the profile, just like this looks so impeccable. Like even just the little details here of the lips is just like, it looks like a portrait, man. So, and yeah, I'm really digging it. So this looks excellent. We've also got, man, this looks straight out of like the 90s Image era. I love it. Even down to the signature down here. Look at that.
After Splat. Yeah. So JC Grande, this is a guy I've been working with now for the past, I don't know how many months. Me and my buddy Spencer, who owns Comic Kingdom Experience, we've been keeping this guy busy for months. And I told him, hey man, I want to do a Splat homage for Unholy Nightmare coming up. I said, you're the guy. He said, all right. And he worked on this when I was at MegaCon with Aaron. Aaron saw it. Aaron was like, oh, he was blown away by it. And this is going, Kaiser, yes, there will be a black and white edition and there will be a color edition of this. Absolutely. We're going to
There better be.
Yes, there will be. Yeah, he killed it. This guy, I'm glad I found this guy. I'm gonna be keeping him busy till the end of the year, probably if not longer. I already got the next cover. I'm gonna be having him work on. Spencer's got him busy working on other covers. So, yeah, he has earned it.
And are these? Where can we find these? Or are they still in production right now?
So these covers are done, but the books will be on Kickstarter. So these will be covers for Unholy Nightmare, coming to Kickstarter soon.
Unholy Nightmare issue 2?
Probably, yeah. This will be definitely be for issue 2.
Okay.
The one for Miko, we're not because right now I have at least I think a dozen covers right now.
Oh
Unholy
wow.
Nightmare,
Okay.
yeah, a dozen. And I'm not sure if we're going to say this for issue 3 or keep it for issue 2, but
Okay.
you can see it here first.
Sweet. Well, I know that Marvel and DC do that as well, honestly, where they just like commission tons of different artists to do plenty of different covers. I think you guys had actually talked about this on y'all's show on Josh's channel about like Green Lantern had a cover with JJ Mullins on it or something, and like she's not even in the book. So
Yeah.
it's like, okay, I guess we had this commissioned years ago, and now we're just getting a chance to use it finally. So yeah.
Yeah.
But these look sweet, and you could use them now or 3 years from now, and they'd still be super relevant. So I'm a big fan of these shell casings too,
Me
because
Yeah, he was not happy about that. He was just like, you know how much of a pain. Well, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't him. It was Dan Kemp, the colorist. He was like, you know how much of a pain in the ass it was to color these.
I believe it, dude. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
But he had a blast doing it. Dan goes all the way back to Todd McFarlane working on Spawn, and I've been keeping him busy too. And he loved working on this.
Sweet, man. Yeah, MG says that Medusa cover is freaking sick. I agree.
Miko killed
And
it.
look, yeah, these guys have been doing great work. And look who it is, Aaron Sparrow himself, El Beardo Magnifico. Hope you're doing well, brother. I watched a video with you and Wes the other day, and you were spitting some truth. And I always love hearing from you. So great to see you in the chat. He says, look at these birthday party clowns, these elder hatesmen. Damn, you got us. You got us. That's what we are. I mean, you haven't even heard our Daredevil takes yet, and we're still a bunch of birthday party clowns. So dang.
Yeah.
Aaron Sparrow also says, y'all talking JoJo Mullins fine ass.
Her ass wasn't even on the cover. So that was disappointing.
See, that's a tragedy. That cannot happen. If you got JoJo Mullins, you got to have the fine ass on there.
Yeah,
that's
show the assets.
MG, yeah, that Medusa cover will be up for sale, but Drew is still, I guess you guys are still deciding, Drew, whether it's going to be for issue 2 or 3. So
yeah, if he's wanting the actual physical cover, you're going to have to reach out to Miko himself.
Okay. And then we've got some interiors.
Yep, just show off one of the mini interior. We're actually almost done. I think Aurelio has like one more page to do, and he is done with the interior pages.
Nice.
We color in the last few, the lettering. Issue 2 will be done.
I'm bummed I didn't get a chance to go see Aurelio while I was in Italy, but alas.
Yeah, he was bummed too. He was hoping to meet up with you.
Yeah, it's all good. Maybe I could have gotten some original art to take home with me.
Maybe.
So, now these next 4 are from another project that you're working on. What are these guys?
That's correct. These pages are from Depths of Valor #1, which will be launching on Kickstarter sometime soon. This is the World War II action adventure mystery story I've written that Josh has read. I believe Max possibly read. Aaron is editing it. And according to, this is not me saying this is them. This is some of the best work I've ever written.
Yep.
And I've had a blast writing this. It's completely different from everything else I've written. And I just finished the first draft of issue 3, which Aaron will be editing hopefully soon. This is going to be a very, very fun story that's going to have a lot of heart, action, adventure, and mystery to it. It's going to be a blast. Like this, writing this stuff right here at the Grandparents' Day. This was all, this was fun to write.
Can't wait, dude. Yeah, this is going to be sweet. And like you said, this is something so wholly unique than anything else you've ever done. Like this should be a really rad experience for everyone. But
absolutely, it's great when you're not pigeonholed to being stuck to writing porn or writing a parody, or you're working with someone who has a clear vision of what they want to do, and they're not changing their damn mind every 5 seconds.
Yeah,
as frequently as they take their bowel movements. So it's been an amazing work experience. Yeah, everyone is going to love this book. I guarantee it.
Hell yeah, man! I love this shot. By the way, this panel looks great. Yeah. So, all right. Well, those are some of Drew's show and tell picks this evening, and that's what you've got working on. And then, before I actually show mine, Josh and Kyle, you got anything this week? And if not, totally fine. I just figured I'd ask.
I mean, unless you want me to pull a Chris Farley from what's that movie? Oh, Billy Madison. Yeah. I mean, no. That.
Oh. Wait, which one was housekeeping? You want fresh towel?
Tommy Boy.
Oh yeah.
That's what it was, Tommy Boy.
Yeah, Aaron and I were watching that in MegaCon.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Salty, what's happening, brother? Great to see you here. He goes, cheers from a Marriott in Seattle, Emerald Comic Con with Jim Zub and Michael Walsh tomorrow. Smooches, lads. Dude, say hello to Jim Zub for us and give him a big ol' bye crom for us all because, he's doing the Lord's work with Conan. And Salty, have a great time at Emerald Comic Con. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
So.
Oh.
Aaron says depths of valor. Depths of valor, right? Would be an Eisner contender in a world where the Eisners meant something besides DEI awards. Oh, you mean like the Oscars this year?
Man.
Yeah.
That means, I mean, when Aaron says that stuff, he's not kidding. He's not lying, and that actually does mean a lot because I busted my ass on this. I still am busting my ass in this story.
Yeah.
And I'll just say for context too, Aaron and I both mentioned or made comments to Drew that we thought this was by far I don't even say by far, but it was definitely the best thing he's done separately without even knowing we had said it to him. Because I think Aaron had read it first and gave feedback, and then I read it and I came back and I was like, I read it once and I was like really late at night and I was like, I feel like there's something special here. I need to read this on a clear mind. So I got up the next morning and read it. And I had sent him notes, which I think I had one like grammar note and that's it. And then I was like, dude, seriously, I think this is the best thing you've read. This is the best thing you've done that I've read. And he was like, oh, Aaron said the same thing. And I'm like, it's not what you typically see Drew do. And he slid into that genre really well. So
that's rad.
It means a lot. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to get my hands on it and to read that bad boy. I think I have the script for it. I need to double check. It's been a hot minute, but if I do, I need to read it. And then I'm excited because I backed the what do you call it?
Silent Nights.
The Silent Nights, but then you know what? No, I do have Depths of Valor. That's right. So because I bought it from the Comic Mint.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I got
edition?
that variant.
That was it's preview though.
Yep. So I do have it. I just got to read it. So yeah, Aaron says I also had very few notes. Oh, there you go. There's some show and tell. Right there.
Yeah.
Boom. Boom.
Boom. Nailed it. Aaron says Silent Nights is great as well.
Oh, man, it's like I'm having so much fun reading these books. In Silent Nights, there she is, Kira.
Ooh.
Boom. Boom.
Yeah.
She's got boom booms.
The pages for issue 3 are coming in right now, and God, they look so damn good. And
nice.
It's been a blast writing it.
Cool, man. Well, I will go ahead and wrap this up real quick for our show and tell this evening. This is actually a little bit unconventional because it's not comic book related, but it is art related. As you guys know, I'm a huge like art snob or an art fan. Like that's kind of the reason why I got into comics was the storytelling medium of illustrations and artwork, and that has always been a large part of why I love the medium. But also because art kind of runs in my family. My mom's a graphic designer, fashion designer. She also studied art in college and is an artist herself. So my name, Maxfield, actually comes from an artist named Maxfield Parrish, who was an early artist an artist in the late 1800s to early 1900s. And I got my hands on the early prints of Maxfield Parrish's Italian villas and their gardens. This is from 1904 from the magazine. Oh, shoot. I forget what the magazine name is called, but these are actual pages from the 1904 magazine, and they're super, super delicate, but man, if I could have a smell of the week, this would absolutely be the smell of the week.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And Maxfield Parrish is, I mean, I'm not tooting my own horn because my name comes from him, but genuinely is one of the most talented, beautiful artists I've ever witnessed. So to own some of his like original prints from 1904 is pretty incredible. I'm surprised I even found these. His original artwork goes for $14 million, so I will not be buying that. But the next best thing are his first printings of his artwork. I will also showcase this is, let me try and move this around here. This is another book that he had illustrated for. This is from 1904 as well. A first printing of this children's book. If you can see that, it'll say published in 1904.
Ooh.
And this thing is also about to fall apart, so I have to be very, very careful. But all of these stories and these children's parables and poems all contain his artwork and his printed art. And then this next piece is probably one of his most famous pieces. But he's known for his like fantasy and whimsical type of illustrations with his watercolors. But the guy is just an absolute genius with what he was able to create. And so I am excited to own some of these things from like, I didn't even think that you could purchase things from like the 1800s or early 1900s. So they're really cool to have in the collection. Just something totally unique and like totally different than I've ever collected before. So yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, even Salty says Parrish is an incredible artist. I completely agree. So in international art thief Maxfield von Priestley, says Aaron. Maybe I wanted to steal some from Italy, I tell you what. So, or maybe I stole the Declaration of Independence. I don't know.
From Italy.
Yeah. Salty says Max is going to use his penthouses from the 70s. Lots of, oh no. Oh, that's cool, Jack. Jack says my mother was a huge fan of Maxfield Parrish art as well. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, his stuff is just fascinating. Like I never really knew much about him until I actually started doing more research. And his stuff is not like I thought his original artwork would just be like, they've preserved it and it's a couple $100,000 or something. No, his original pieces are like tens of millions of dollars. So he is a very well renowned artist within that industry, and I had no idea. So did I miss something? Smile for us, Max. Is there something in my teeth? I don't know. I did have coffee before this, so maybe they're just coffee teeth. Ash says I bought or bought Depths of Valor at Comic-Con. Hell yeah, that's awesome, Ash. Thank you so much for supporting.
Thank you. I can't wait for you to read it.
Yeah, no, that is super cool, Ash. We love seeing our friends and fans supporting each other. So Parrish is amazing with light. 100% agree. That's honestly I'm perplexed by how he's able to imagine light in these fantasy settings. It looks like just a photo, like a photograph. It's incredible. But JK says I had a signed Rudyard Kipling first printing, and my mom threw it away while I was out of the country because it was old and she wanted the shelf. Oh no. I am so sorry, JK. But how many times, like, I'm sure Kyle, was it you and I that were talking about this, where like you've got these old heads that are like, oh yeah, I had that, Avengers #1 or that, Hulk 181 and my mom threw it away, or Fantastic 448 and my mom threw it away because it was a cartoon book or something.
Oh yeah, you get those old guys saying that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I had one of those. It's like, yeah, I'm sure you did. Sure you did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bet. Mm-hmm. But then there are actually people who like, yeah, I was away for a while at college. My mom threw away all my books, and sure enough, all of my comics are now gone. So it's not the first time I've heard it, but
Nope.
I had my fair share that are gone. So yeah.
yeah. Oh, that's heartbreaking. What is this? My Cobra Terror Drome. Aaron,
Yeah.
what's a Cobra Terror Drome? Is that G.I. Joe?
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
the headquarters. It's the huge terror drone that
Oh. Oh, damn. Wait, Aaron, why did your mom throw that away? That's so cool. I'm sorry that she threw that away though. But
You sound like you're really upset about that.
oh no. Anyway.
Take my eyes, but not my terror drone.
Oh.
Now, if it was the aircraft carrier, I would have been really pissed. I'll say that.
Ooh, yeah.
That's taking up a whole garbage can. So
Yeah.
Oh,
2 garbage cans. Jesus.
So let us get into the main event of the evening, which, by the way, we're going to have people in the chat or in the comment section of this live stream being like, they actually start talking about Daredevil at the hour mark or whatever. So, which is fine because that's totally fair. We're talking Star Trek for a bit. So I'm going to share my screen so that we can talk about Daredevil Born Again, Season 1, Episode 1, or Season 4, Episode 1 of the following the next of the Netflix, but it's now owned by Disney, and so now, yeah. So I'm going to go down the line. We'll kind of start with basic overall thoughts. Kyle, what'd you think of the first 2 episodes? Now, I will say, I want to preface to the chat and to the viewers here. This is going to be a review of strictly the first 2 episodes because we can't, of course, judge the whole season based off of these 2 episodes, right? We can't say, oh, this season sucks or whatever. So whatever our criticisms are or our praises are, I think they'll be just for these first 2 episodes. So if we start saying, oh, this doesn't make sense, I know a lot of people say, oh, well, don't worry, just wait for the rest of the season. It's like, yeah, we understand, we know, but we have to judge what we currently have, which are just the first 2 episodes. So yeah, sorry, Kyle, after you, please.
Sure. So I kind of watched a few episodes of season 1 before I started watching this, and so I didn't get a chance to get fully caught up before this. I'm currently in the middle of season 2 right now because it's been a long time since I watched Daredevil, and so good or bad, I don't know if it probably helped not going back and watching everything beforehand because that probably could have skewed some of this. But overall, I thought it was pretty good. I was like, it's pretty good. Some parts of it, I'm like, okay, it's better than I thought. There were some other things that I'm just like, ooh. Uh-oh. I mean, it was a roller coaster getting through these. I think episode 2 was by far much better than episode 1 for sure for me.
Oh, better.
Okay. Wow, really?
Yeah,
okay.
I really liked episode 2.
Wow. All right. Yeah, what did you just kind of basic overall thoughts of episode 2? Was it tone, character? What did you like about it?
I thought the dialogue was pretty good. I don't know. There was just something about it. I really like James Gandolfini's son. I know there's something about him. I just really like his character.
James Gandolfini's son. Which one is that?
I've just got to say that we're coming in as completely opposites on this. But carry on.
I love it. This is what I was hoping. This was my dream. I was like, I hope that there's some conversation here. But yeah, which one is James Gandolfini's son? I'm sorry.
He's the young 20-something Xenial kid that kind of looks like a young Wilson Fisk.
Yeah.
He's who's part of the campaign.
Yeah. The one they're like, who is this kid?
Okay,
like he's
okay.
Yeah, I almost said Trump. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, we'll get to that as well. But,
yeah, Fisk has his like head person that's talking about polls and stuff, and then he's like, "Oh no, you got this. I believe it." And it's like, okay, sure,
okay. So Kyle likes this character.
Yeah, he has charisma. He just has something about him.
I don't mind. I like the character. I don't think James Gandolfini's son is a good actor.
Oh, I think
At
he
all.
fits this role very well. There's something about I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I think
overall, I thought it's a good first 2 episodes. Now this thing could fall off a fucking cliff. I don't know. There are a lot of ways to which this could fall off a cliff. There are so many ways this thing could just completely unhinge itself. But I really don't like Kingpin and Vanessa. I hate that aspect where they're going with that. I absolutely despise it. After rewatching the show and seeing what their relationship is and how they respect each other and love each other, like just that whole thing. And it's just like, wait, what happened here? So yeah, the whole marriage counseling thing.
Oh, we'll get into that in a second because we're just doing. I think going through wave tops for now, and then getting into our specifics.
But overall,
overall,
they were pretty good 2 episodes.
Okay, all right. And then I'll ask: do you think that this is a faithful adaptation or continuation of the original Netflix series?
Ooh.
Be very careful what you say here.
I was just rewatching some season 2 stuff, and
that Punisher stuff, man.
And that's what I literally just watched, the 7 minutes of him and him beating every living shit at everybody. And it doesn't live up to that. I mean, it can't.
Yeah.
But overall tone and how it's shot, I mean, I think if anybody were just to watch these like 1, 2, 3, 4, I think you could probably see like something's off here. You could probably pick up a little,
sniff it out and be like,
yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's an answer. It's kind of a non-answer, but
no, I think that's fair.
Parts of it do.
Not sure.
Parts of it do live up to that.
Yep.
Some of it doesn't.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
There's a reason for that, and I'll explain. But yeah.
Okay. Drew, Heavy D, Drewski.
Hi.
Talk to me. What are we feeling with these first 2 episodes?
Mixed. Because like Kyle said, there are elements of it I like. There are elements of it I don't like. There are characters I like. There are characters I don't like. Episode 1 to me was better of the 2 episodes.
Okay.
But to me, don't get me wrong, it's like I enjoyed the fight scenes. However, after watching it over and over again, you see like they're really relied upon CGI in those fight scenes, especially in the bar and like stuff on the roof. It's like, whereas when you watch the original 3 seasons of Daredevil on Netflix, those fight scenes, they really weren't that reliant upon CGI for those fight scenes. And I see that as a weakness and not a good sign for the upcoming fights in the future episodes. But James Gandolfini's son, I think he's okay. I'm really hoping there's a twist with him. I'm hoping there's a twist, like he's actually the Rose. He's a long lost kid of Wilson Fisk that Vanessa had.
Oh my God. That would be.
That's what I thought when I first saw him.
That'd be wild, yeah.
This is your son, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. I'm probably wrong. I love the White Tiger stuff. I think that's great.
Heavy in episode 2. Yep.
I am cautious about the Punisher element. I'm just like, well, what Steven Crowder would say, hey, watch it.
Watch it.
Because that can go off the rails pretty damn quick, and I have a feeling it will. I'm not too happy. I'm kind of nervous about that.
Okay.
And clearly, it looks like a lot of people were not happy with the death of a certain character. So much so that Disney had to come out and say, "Oh, he's coming back for season 2. Don't worry, he's coming back for season 2." It's like, okay, so apparently, who made the final call on that? That was not a good call.
Yeah.
But I will say, when looking at all 3 seasons from Netflix, including these 2 episodes, because you have to include them all together. They're they're good. They're okay. They're not as great as the first 3 seasons of Netflix. But they're still good.
Okay.
So
All
far.
right. So you would say that it doesn't necessarily live up to the first 3 seasons, but that it still has a similar tone and atmosphere, or no,
Yeah,
or it doesn't meet
it
that?
does. I think it does in a way. It does. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie. One thing I do like more in this than the Netflix. I like the opening credits things from Daredevil here better than and I love the music. I love the use of I
Really?
love the use of the organ in
Okay.
the opening music for this. I think that's a great choice.
Okay.
And yeah, but that's what I'll give that. And I mean, one of the best moments is when Wilson Fisk, Matt Murdock are in the diner just talking to each other. And
Mhm.
what's even funnier, I'm sorry, real quick, I'm sorry. I gotta talk about this. What's even funnier is that the showrunners of this show or whoever said it before they started filming, they said, "Oh, we don't want to do the stuff where they're just sitting around the diner talking. That's bad. It's like if you're doing that for your show, that's not good. It's like
Oh, no.
you just did this right here. You know.
Yeah.
What do you say about that? Yeah. But
Yeah, and I think the 2 actors on that screen, Vincent D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox, um, I mean, just the acting chops on these 2
yeah,
men, really carry not just the scene, but these 2 episodes. Like,
yeah.
they carry this load. So,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they are. But
yeah,
those two are by far the best actors in this series.
yeah. And also just their charisma, like
Yeah.
just their presence, their screen presence. Just, I mean, they shine every time the camera pans onto them. So, um, okay, so Drew, do you think that this will save the MCU?
No.
Okay, and I think that's a fair statement. Um, Joshy Poo.
Yes.
I'm so curious to hear about you because you tend to have a very distinguished understanding of film, but also a large knowledge of behind the scenes information and meta kind of commentary on a lot of these things. So I'm super interested to hear your thoughts on these 2 episodes, but please, by all means, share your first impressions and overall experience with episode 1 and 2.
I would say it's overall, for the most part, positive. There's definitely some things that I disliked. I clearly made it clear that I liked episode 1 better than episode 2.
Mhm.
We'll get into that when it comes. But I think the real interesting thing with this is we're getting the truth of what really went down with filming, because we heard that they started filming the series, and then they scrapped everything, and that's an outright lie.
Oh,
Because one episode here is the new creative team, and one episode here, at least 80% of it was the old creative team, and they had kind of edited together stuff from like 4 episodes of
like
what
a
was the original.
Frankenstein's monster of.
A little bit. I mean, they took aspects. So what, as it turns out, the original run that then quote unquote got scrapped. They had filmed about 6 episodes. This new creative team, they've only come in, and the only thing they've done that's original, they did 3 episodes that are original out of this 9-episode run. The rest is they took pieces of what was in and filmed for the first little bit, and then they filmed stuff and tried to patch it together to make it work a little better. Now, if you've listened to me talk before, I've specifically talked about the 2 guys directing, Benson and Moorhead. And I've talked about how they managed to come in with Loki on season 2 and somehow take a total shit pile and make something that's halfway decent and palatable. Did you watch season 2, Drew?
No.
Okay, so that's why, like, you don't make faces if you didn't watch it. Well, I'm gonna pull. Watch the movie.
Pull a Chris score.
Yeah. But
Watch
they
the
took
fucking
something, because when Loki season 1 came out, that was one of the things I was like, yo, this is utter shit. And then Loki season 2 came out, and like, what the this feels completely different, and they just tried to salvage. So I feel like that's why they were hired to do this, was to come in and try to figure out a way to make this work. So I'm curious to see what they do here. Anything involving White Tiger is going to be the original, which I know I think we all liked the White Tiger stuff. It's actually from the original crew, but you've got to keep in mind that what we're going to see with that character was what they had planned to take over the course of 18 episodes.
Right.
Originally.
Yeah.
So they're
Now
now condensing that down within 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then keep in mind, because I know we mentioned the whole like sitting in the diner scene, and they're like, oh, we don't want people sitting in a diner. They also came to the table because you weren't going to have Matt Murdock and Wilson Fisk cross paths in the original run until episode 18. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. You were
Oh
supposed to have them going through the entire series just as parallels, and then they meet. And the first things they said were, this is stupid. We've got to get them together.
Yeah.
And then
wow.
This is what I like. They came in, and Benson and Moorhead, and then you've got Scartapane, that's the showrunner. But they were all kind of discussing, and they were open to the fact of being like, we've got to get Charlie and Vincent in here to have these conversations as well. Because if anyone knows these characters and knows their path, it's going to be them. So they invited them in to the conversation to be like,
wow,
we want your thoughts. How do you feel like this should go? We want you to have input. We want you to feel like, if you feel like dialogue isn't right or needs to be added, we want you to weigh in on that. So they did. And for me, I think that's a good thing.
That doesn't seem like Disney. That doesn't seem very Disney-like
at all. Well,
yeah.
and I'm not gonna give him a ton of credit, but to Kevin Feige's credit, the reason they scrapped the original stuff was Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio went to him and said, "This isn't working. Like, this isn't working."
Yeah. Well, because I knew. Well, I guess I don't know for sure, but from what I've heard, a lot of people have said that the original show was supposed to be more humorous. And so when Charlie and Vincent heard about this, they were like, absolutely not. And that's when they came to,
not humorous, just lighter in tone. But the original series was essentially going to be every episode was going to be its own. Like every episode was going to be Matt kind of dealing with the court
type of thing, or
kind of like each week he had a new court case. So him and his like new team were cracking on the, and then you'd have character threads that kind of went through, but you wouldn't have an overarching plot.
Do you think you would have enjoyed that?
No.
More than yeah. Because I was about to say that sounds like what they tried to do with She-Hulk, and that just sounds awful. But
yeah, it's so bad.
We've got Jana here. Hello and good evening, sub boners. Great to see you. But anything else before I share my thoughts on the first 2 episodes? Anything else you got, Josh?
The only thing I'll say, if there's anything that I miss, which some people are glad that it isn't this way, I kind of miss it. The Netflix, those first 3 seasons on Netflix, they filmed it with a filter that made it look gritty, and I miss that.
Yeah, it looks too polished.
It's a little too clean, and I want some of that grittiness. Now, there's also a lot of people that hate Netflix and doing those because they do it for a lot of their shows, and they're like, it's cheap, and it is viewed within the film industry as being cheap. But I think for something like this, it works.
Cheap and then fitting the tone of the story, fitting the story and the character.
Agreed.
That fits the story of Daredevil.
Yeah. I mean, in which we'll get into some scenes because the filmmakers do certain things visually that I think works. I mean, so I don't know who mentioned the CGI, and it's for me, it was a little off-putting, but then again, I like some of the acrobatic aspects, like when he, that stuff I liked. But if you're gonna have hand-to-hand combat, I don't necessarily want it there. So,
well, I mean, yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say it's actually the same. They got the same stunt coordinator. So the guy that did the first 3 seasons, they brought him back. But I also think, if you suddenly get substantially more money, you're probably going to play around with things that you couldn't do before. Right. And I'm sure for them, it's going to be learning. Like they're going to try something, realize, this wasn't as good as we had hoped. We'll avoid that moving forward.
Okay. Oh shoot, I was gonna ask you something and I'm totally blanking on it now, but oh well. um I'll go ahead and say that I had texted the guys in our group chat and I said, hey, have we all watched Daredevil? Because maybe we could talk about it this weekend on Friday. And Kyle goes, I have, and Kyle says, I think you should watch it too. So that kind of instinctively made me go, oh, that's interesting, because he wouldn't probably tell me to watch it if he didn't like it. I don't know. So already I was kind of like, okay, that's interesting. Josh then texted me and said, hey, well, Gary actually liked it too. So then I'm like, okay, something's happening, right? I then go on Razorfist Twitter. Razorfist liked it. Not just liked it, but he thought that it was an excellent first two, episodes of this new series. And I really like Razorfist and his reviews. And I hold a lot of these guys in high esteem for some of their reviews. Not everyone. And he loves Daredevil. And he is a man of faith himself. So he understands the importance of Matt's faith and his Catholic beliefs, right, in the show and everything. So I'm like, man, a lot of these guys that I trust their opinions on, and I really value their opinions on these shows and their reviews. A lot of them like it. So you know what? I will give it a try, because initially I was just going to say, screw it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to give the benefit of the doubt to Disney or Hollywood or any of these like numbskulls. I just don't even care, right? So I said I'll sail the 7 seas and I'll go find these 2 episodes myself. And I will say I did not like them, unfortunately. So I thought this was a skin suit of the original series. I thought it does a huge disservice to our 2 characters, Foggy and Karen. I think that the tone is what a child would try and do when copying his friend's homework, but doesn't do it as good. And that the teacher still gives him credit because it looks okay. I thought that the action was piss poor. I thought that there was really no oomph or, general, like, I think the problem for me was everyone looked rubber. Everyone looked like weird rubber men, and we were back to the Ben Affleck early 2000s Daredevil. And though I love the nostalgia, I don't want that in my Netflix / Disney adaptation of Daredevil. This was really upsetting for me. And,
that bad.
Are you sure you got the right copy, or what did you actually watch?
Dude, okay, so that's just my overall assessment. But like the second you see that canister drop in the bar, I was like, oh God, they're using the smoke to hide these like PlayStation 1 graphics of these 2 guys fighting. I was like, come on.
Well,
they practically fall through the window, but
yeah. So this is actual real stunt guys here. So
that's not.
No, that's CGI.
That's not. This is a rubber
okay.
man.
You're gonna have moments where there's gonna be a transition, but they actually there's footage of them filming these stunts, like these fight scenes.
But this is this is what I didn't like, is that they're trying to do the one shot, right? Everyone loved the one shots.
That's what I was gonna say. Is the reason the smoke is here, and the same with the doors and everything, is so they could fake out a one shot.
Yeah, and it's just pathetic. To me, it looks pathetic. I'm just like, oh, this is so lame. Now, the one thing that they did get right, I think, is that they start the episode off with a bang. They're like, action, get right into it, And I appreciate the effort, but like, why do I want to watch 2 rubber men? Like, it's just, like I said, I don't.
No, I thought one of the best shots was when it goes from letterbox to full screen. When he zooms in on Foggy. It's those little camera tricks that is great. Like having this type of budget, having this type of vision.
So during this fight, during this fight, you've got the aspect ratio changes throughout the fight, and I watched this I watched the episode once, and I'm with you, Max. Like, I'm not crazy about this opening fight scene, but I don't hate it either. I think it could have been done better, but I'm not going to be opposed to it. But what I really liked was, as this is going through, and you've got this fight scene going through, that as Matt's listening for Foggy, the aspect ratio of the screen changes. So as he's focusing in, trying to listen to Foggy, the aspect ratio gets smaller, and it's a visual storytelling method to show like Matt's here, he's doing this, but he's having to stop concentrating on what's in front of him to listen for Foggy to see if Foggy's still alive. And for me, I was like, this is freaking fantastic. And I wanted to look up to see how intentional this was. And Benson and Moorhead talked about this. They were like, we wanted to find a way to convey how Matt views things, because when you're filmmaking, a lot of times you have point of view that you can use as a storytelling method visually, and we can't do that for Matt. Like, we can't rely on that. So they were trying to think of different ways, and they wanted to deal with his sound and how does that come across for how he views things. But I thought that was great. So this swing up, I thought, was kind of like the swinging up stuff. I think is fun, but
and I do like, because Daredevil should be an acrobat, right?
Yeah.
He should be similar to the level of Nightwing type of acrobatics. Like,
correct.
they're super nimble, very athletic. You know, they're not these big, bulky, hulky guys. They're able to do handstands and backflips, and like, so I do like that we get some CGI showcasing Matt, you know, throwing around the you know, whatever you want to call it, his cane, and being able to land in these cool positions and stuff. But man, once he gets that roof, okay, switch to practical. You know,
agreed. So I was gonna say the worst CGI for me was right here.
Yes,
like you see them walking, and it's definitely CGI at one point.
Yes.
It turns into Deadpool Wolverine CGI when they come out of the bus, and it's like, You're like, oh no, what is that?
You can, this, you turn into CGI here, and then it does a wide shot of them, and it's CGI, and I'm like, why?
I know.
Yeah, it's such an odd choice because like you said, they've made a very distinct choice to focus on Matt trying to battle between Bullseye, but also listening to Foggy and trying to make sure like he's okay. And so you're like, you're not sure what's going on. And so it's a great creative choice for them to do that. But this was like, come on, guys, like, ew, he looks all gross and rubbery when he's trying to stand up. It just didn't.
Oh yeah, this is a good PS5 game. I'm playing as a cutscene.
Space Marine 2 looks better than this.
Press
like,
X right now to hurry up. Dodge
Well, and you can tell when they go back to live action, and it's when they get to the ledge. Like, it's a very
you can see that transition here. So if you guys didn't already know, spoilers, Foggy does die in this first episode.
I thought this was well done, and I know it's going to piss people off, but is he really dead? Is he really dead?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, if he's going to come back in season 2, no one's ever really gone.
Yeah.
It's about family, and that's what's so important about it. Yeah.
What I will say as a benefit of the doubt to potentially maybe see is one of the producers was talking about, and this is before the series dropped. He made a comment in an interview saying, we're going to do something, but it is based in a storyline in the comics, but I think it's going to upset some people. And all I'm asking is that you trust us. So that's when I was like, oh shit.
Disney.
Huh? I know.
Disney.
Right?
Trust us.
Disney.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys remember a little bit before, I was like, even on Twitter, I was like, yo, I don't think Foggy's going to last long in this season. But there is a precedent in the comics where Foggy, they fake Foggy's death. So I'm wondering if that's what they're playing into.
That's
well,
see, this is what
he's coming back season 2. So.
He's coming back season 2. Both are.
But this is the big problem that I have, and I think people are gonna go, "Oh, well, Max, wait till you watch the rest of the season." And it's like, yeah, I get it, but for these 2 episodes, though, they're gonna have some splaining to do to tell me why in an entire year we got 0 of, Matt battling with his faith, Matt battling with his mask of being Daredevil, of the loss of Foggy, of Karen leaving. She fucked off and goes to San Francisco. And so we're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, where did can we see this? Like, please, like, why are we not watching this happen?
I
And
think
so,
I think you are, though. I think you're going to see it. So
Later?
two things. Two things that I think you need to keep in mind is from where we left off at the end of season 3 to where we pick up in this first scene, 7 to 8 years have passed.
Right, but Matt's still Daredevil that whole time, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So then this happens and we do jump forward a year. But I think the whole point that we see even showcased in these first 2 episodes is you're going to, like, I fully think what Matt's doing is because Foggy has always been opposed to him being Daredevil. Even in the scene, like when Matt's like, why didn't you tell us you were hiding Benny or whatever it is? He's
Right,
like, I didn't want to influence you. Meaning I didn't want to do something that was going to make you get in the suit, because Foggy's kind of always opposed it. Like, he will always support Matt, but he's been the one that's more like, bro, this isn't really right. Like, let the law do its thing. So for me, I took it as the reason he stops being Daredevil isn't just because, oh, my best friend died, but he's like, I'm going to try to live the life that Foggy wanted me to live. And I'm going to try to live per Foggy. But what I think we're going to see is it's not true to who Matt is. On the other end of the spectrum, I think we're seeing Kingpin, who wants power, and has kind of lost power from the underground aspects, and now he's like, how can I get more power? But it's going to have to be coming out and doing something that's in the public eye, like getting that soft power. But I think you're going to find his character struggles to, it's not who he is. He can't live the good life. Like, he can't do that. So I think you're going to see these 2 people kind of not being true to who they really are. And I think you're gonna see these relationships unfold.
Yeah. So. I guess my only question for that then, because I wish I need to go back and rewatch the first 3 seasons again. That's probably what I should have done on my 12-hour flight instead of watching Star Trek. But, well, no, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Star Trek is pretty great.
If you had asked me which episodes to watch from TNG instead of watching the first season,
fair. I guess my one of the hard things that I had to not come to terms with, but one of the things I wrestled with was like, there's I don't think it's in this first episode, I think it's in the second episode, but there is a period of time where Matt is walking down the street and he hears like people screaming and they're like, help, or maybe it was in this first episode, where he's like walking down the street and there are people like, oh my God, and he can like hear it, and he just fucks off and is like, no, that's not my life anymore. And I struggle to believe that Matt would just let that happen.
They're not. It wasn't people screaming because they're in danger. It's people screaming because of Kingpin becoming mayor.
Yeah, like, but I thought there was a scene. I thought there was a scene where he does hear someone like call for help. Maybe not this exact scene, but there was something either in episode 1 or 2 where he hears someone scream for help and he like just kind of is like, nah.
Are you sure?
So
I don't remember that.
I think you hear it at the very beginning of this episode when he is Daredevil, but he's going to Foggy's place and then going back to the Josie's bar. The only other time I heard someone like screaming for help, well, not even help, that he was like focusing in, was just listening into people's reactions on Fisk becoming mayor, and then in episode 2 when he's trying to listen for the cop.
Okay. Oh, here's White Tiger stuff. So yeah, I'll go back and rewatch it, but I could have sworn I remember feeling or like trying to come to terms with like, wait, Matt wouldn't do that, or like, why would Matt be listening? And he's that. It's kind of like that dilemma of like Superman can also hear everything, but he can't save everyone. But with Matt, I know Matt would at least try and do something, especially if it's in Hell's Kitchen. But but with Foggy, in terms of what you were talking about with Foggy, I think the other difficult part with that is that though Foggy had difficulty with understanding that Matt was Daredevil, I still think he would maybe tell him that there's someone that he's trying to protect in his apartment, right?
But he didn't. That's the point. He didn't.
And that's why I struggle to be like, would that character do that?
Foggy did stuff in the first three seasons. Well, I mean, Foggy did things in the first 3 seasons that made it very clear he didn't approve of Matt being Daredevil. And then that was part of their whole conflict. And then even past that, he does come. Yeah, he comes back to pretty much be like, I support you, but I still don't think it's the right path. Because that's the whole reason he's like, I'm kind of done with Nelson and Murdoch, and that's why he goes to that other law firm.
To the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
MG says, Josh, stop arguing for what you think it could or should be versus what you actually watched.
No, I do think you see Matt trying to live what Foggy wanted for him. I
he does still carry around the card in memory of Foggy. He still carries that with him. So I would agree with that.
Jamin also says, so maybe he will be back in next season as Matt's inner conflict, like in his mind. It could be flashbacks or, what we saw in Captain America Winter Soldier.
Or I would say like
Nick
season
Fury.
Season 3 of Daredevil. When Matt was walking around, he keeps seeing Kingpin. It's like his inner conscience talking to him as he's walking throughout the street. That could be Foggy. Who knows?
The difficult part though is if they actually bring him back and he is like, I was alive the whole time. They're gonna have to explain, like, did you get that serum from Nick Fury that like stopped his heart for a while and like now you're fine? Like, because Matt is listening to his heartbeat the whole time and he is very clearly dead. So it's not like I just it's gonna be difficult for me to think that like, oh, I went, like Foggy says, like, I went into witness protection for a while, Matt. Everything's fine. I don't know. It's going to be tough. I'm going to have a hard time coming back from him being like, I'm alive now. So we'll see. Maybe it's flashbacks. Who knows?
I will give him credit. I'm going to say 2 things that I think could fall into like what I think happened. One, people's heart can stop beating and they can be brought back. So if paramedics show up, there's a chance, right? But then you have the argument, well, why does everyone think he's dead? If you go back, and I'm saying this because I watched it twice, watched both these episodes twice to try to soak it all in. If you go back to when they're having the trial for Bullseye, and then Matt and Karen are talking outside the courtroom, there are lines in there that are very suggestive that if Foggy is alive, there are lines that are suggestive that they know this.
I'd have to rewatch it, but
I'm just
Kieran
saying.
Specifically says it's sad that this tragedy had to ruin our lives or something like that, right? Where they mention that I'm sorry that someone's, this tragedy ruins so many lives or something like that, and
is what tore us apart.
Is what tore us apart. Yeah. So,
but I mean, think about it. They didn't say death; they said tragedy.
Here's the thing, Josh. I don't think Daredevil would have tossed his ass off the roof if he knew he was still alive.
No, I'm not saying that he didn't. Like, if your heart stops, you're considered dead. Right. I'm saying just because your heart stops doesn't mean you don't have medical people that can bring you back. Like we see, there's a huge medical history of people's heart stopping, and then in medicine they've been brought back. Now, if you're gone like more than 7 minutes, you're dead. So if they play something more than that, then fuck off. But right, but when I watched this because I didn't think any of this on the first watch through, and then on the second watch through, I felt like that scene in particular with them, those two at the court hearing, there was very weird because I thought some of the dialogue was very weird because I don't think either one of them say death at that point. I think Karen says I lost a friend too, which could mean death, but it could mean like we don't have what we have because of whatever's going on. And then for me, I thought the line we just talked about with Matt was kind of,
I'm going to bet Karen knows. Matt doesn't. That's what I'm going to say.
possibly.
Do you guys like the dialogue in this? I felt like the dialogue. I mean, it's nothing like the first three
There are
seasons,
scenes that are
but
better
man,
than
I just
others. Like
Yeah.
there are scenes that are better than others. Like I'll say the stuff with Kingpin and his Meryl staff is pretty. It's not the best,
No,
but the stuff with Matt. I mean, clearly the best stuff is with Matt and Kingpin. That is the best stuff. It's like watching De Niro and Pacino in that scene in Heat in the diner. I love it.
Yeah, I liked I mean, even the first opening couple of minutes when you've got the whole crew together, I really liked that dialogue. I loved one of my favorite exchanges was when Foggy was talking to the new chick that used to work for the DA at the bar, and they're kind of flirting, and then you got Matt and Karen that's like, oh no, he's going for it, and then they're like, poor Foggy, and then Matt's like, oh no, he's calling it NMP. He's calling the law firm NMP, and then Karen's like, "Oh no, Foggy!" I thought that was good. And then the diner scene, like for me, that was fantastic. So,
I wonder if that scene of the Matt and Karen, working off of each other, because I love their banter. I really like Karen and Matt, just in general, especially in the first 3 seasons. I think they have incredible chemistry together. So I don't know if necessarily it was like the dialogue that really caught my eye in those first like 15 minutes or so, or if it was just the chemistry of the actors like being together again on screen. I have to try and take like my nostalgia helmet off, and be like, I have to objectively look at this straight from the dialogue and not like, oh, I love these characters, right? So, now that we're kind of looking at the cathedral and Matt, what did you guys think about the Catholic imagery and the faith aspect of the first 2 episodes? Was there enough? Do we feel like it was done appropriately? What do you guys think about overall just the themes of faith?
It's kind of there. I mean, it's not as heavy as it was in the Netflix series.
Yeah.
But I will say it's right now in the first 2 episodes. It's just kind of tangentially there. We see it. We know it's there, but it's still there, but minimally.
Yeah, I would say I miss it. In the same respect, if this is supposed to be like 9-10 years later from the first time we saw Matt as Daredevil, and he's still contemplating like being Daredevil and pulling the faith in, because that's where we saw a lot of it, was him talking to the priest.
Season
really
3,
kind of
right? That priest had like a huge role in season 3, I thought.
Even season, like your opening in season 1 is him.
Yes, him in the church.
Yeah. So,
which is a great way to kind of have expository dialogue of what Matt is thinking, because he can speak to the priest in that regard, and so it's both a storytelling method, but also a really like emotional character development, process. So, I don't know. Sorry, I cut you off though, Josh. You were going to finish.
No, I mean, that's all I was really going to say is there's not much here to pull from. You get some visual imagery, but there's not really any dialogue. So,
Kyle, did it bug you at all, or did you even notice, or were you just kind of like, it doesn't matter?
Yeah, I noticed that it was kind of there. Now I don't know if that was intentional, and that eventually we'll get a flashback, because why we didn't have a scene of him going to the funeral in the church for your best friend and having to confront that in a church, like that just makes fucking sense to me. Like, why don't you have that scene?
No.
Now I don't know if they will flash back to that and we might see something. I don't know, but I mean, I can visually see that scene playing out in my head and being able to write that scene and him sitting there alone in a church having to discuss all of this. And it was odd to me that they didn't have that, or did and scrapped it, or we will see it. But yeah, I mean, I get the visuals here. Like, it's always in the back of his mind. It's always there. It's always present. Constantly seeing the church and everything. And he walks by a church at one point, and he kind of hears a priest talking at one point. So it's like it's there, but not enough for me personally. But I don't know.
Like, I feel like it should be leading his like every decision. You know, like you should feel that the weight of his beliefs are what make his decision making so difficult. You know.
Yeah, that's what I loved about season 3 with the
Yeah.
nun. Spoiler alert: his mom.
Yep.
And the priest. Yeah, it was great stuff. It was great dialogue. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, I mean, hopefully we get the return of that priest. I don't. Is that priest coming back? Who was in the
No,
first
he's dead. Bullseye killed him.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, I didn't finish watching the 3rd season. Yeah, forgot. It sucks.
Yeah.
Bullseye. What did we? I was okay. Go ahead.
Oh, did you want to talk about this?
I pretty much hate everything with Fisk and Vanessa.
I despise this.
Yeah, and I blame freaking Hawkeye and
Echo, the greatest
and
show.
Echo shot him in the. No, I'm about to cuss a lot right now. Echo. Yeah, go ahead, Josh.
I wish they would have just ignored this. I wish they would have just taken this from the aspect of not he left and went away and was gone. Like, I wish they would have been like, Vanessa has been running the show because he got, if you want to keep that he got shot, fine. Vanessa's been running the show because he got shot and now he's back. And I wish they would have just done that. And you could have taken that and been the like, he's made up his mind that the way he's going to get power again is he's got to, go to legitimate means, mayoral, whatever. But this whole like, I was at your bed all the time and then you left and you were gone. And then I've been running it and it's been the most profitable that we've ever been. I'm like,
of course it has. I'm better than you'll ever be.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, let's just call for what it is. Kingpin is fucking cucked in this entire show. And I hate this aspect of them having to, like, he has to atone for his sins after he was shot in the head by Echo. And so Vanessa goes and cheats on him with some other like young hot thing. And it's just like this is the worst aspect of this whole thing. Is like if we run through the timeline, Kingpin doesn't want to share with Vanessa his actual work because he's afraid that he's going to lose her, right? That was the whole thing of like the first few seasons. But then twist, he tells her and she's like, let me join you on this journey. She's like, I'm in, right? I'm going to be there with you by your side. So now the two of them are Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I said, yeah, that's season 1.
Yeah. And then, so now fast forward to Echo and Kingpin gets just shot up in the head by our, favorite female protagonist. DEI hire, whatever. And he is in the hospital because of the head wound. And so Vanessa just says, I'm going to leave you because, and please, like, if I'm getting this wrong, like, correct me. But she goes, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to continue the company by myself. I'm going to make it better, more profitable, and well run than you ever have in the entirety of what you ever did, Kingpin. I now have done it better. And I'm also going to hook up with this younger hot thing or whatever, but don't kill him because I want him, I guess. And now they're in couples counseling.
Small correction. Okay. She didn't leave him. He left her.
Oh, really? After the gunshot?
Yeah, because she has the line, I sat next to you in the hospital for months, and then you were gone.
Yeah, remember when Echo got into his mind and told him, you're bad, and you need to heal yourself
man.
As a
and
little
so he
boy
goes, oh, you're right.
And he starts crying like a little bitch.
Oh, yeah.
That part. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my favorite part of Echo. Yeah, that's right. God, what a pathetic, miserable excuse for this character and what they've done to him. So, speaking of Kingpin, though, I am so curious to ask you guys this because I've heard so many mixed things on this topic. But do we think he's an allegory for Trump? And I know people are going to be like, Max, just focus on the show. Like, we don't want any allegory. But I have to ask because it's so relevant. And to me, it felt very outwardly allegorical, that I have to talk about it. So,
I don't
yeah,
think
what did
so.
you guys
Not
think?
yet.
You don't
I
think
don't
so?
think so.
I don't
Not
see
yet.
it yet.
No, not yet. No.
You don't see it at all?
So I think what
Yeah.
you see, Max, are parallels.
Sure.
But I don't think the character was written to be an allegory for Trump. For me, it still feels very much like Wilson Fisk.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Agreed.
And I think what you see is just, and I just think this is happenstance. Like in this, Fisk is a character that is a criminal. He's committed a crime. He's gone to prison. He shouldn't have a public position, yet he does. And then in our world right now, we're seeing that whether you think they were legitimate or not, they're not. Trump is now a criminal in a public position, and people think he's nothing but a. So I think that's what you're seeing, but like it didn't come across how we see in comics, where like, oh my god, they're writing this character as Trump. Like,
sure, and yeah, and I think because the big thing that most people say was, oh well, he was in the comics. Yeah, Mayor Fisk was a comic accurate, depiction. I think it was during the Mark Waid run, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it was after. It was when what's his name? Charles
Souffle. So Charles Souffle wrote in Mayor Fisk. And this was before Trump had even been elected as president in 2016. So, though I don't think that they have,
it's tough. It was right around that time. It's hard to.
Oh, okay. All right.
He might have written it right before he took office, but it's close.
Okay. So, though maybe the comics may have been a parallel or an allegory, I think that maybe the Disney writers were trying to do something here because we see the hats where it says Fisk can fix it, right? There's another line where Fisk says something to the effect of, "We're going to make this city great." It's just like, these are a little too on the nose for me. So, and then when you've got the BB News, where you've got the girl,
I fucking hate that shit.
Oh,
that is
worst.
some of the gayest shit in this fucking show. It's like
the worst.
Oh my god, cut this crap out.
It completely takes you out of it.
The validation with that character is fucking ridiculous.
No, not only her, but it's Matt's new Foggy, quote unquote Foggy, where he goes like, Susie, why did I bring you into this law firm? And she goes, because you told me I'm the best and because I am, or whatever. And I was like, oh, good. Thank you.
Oh, she's someone else. Not even. So we're talking about that's another character.
We're talking
that's two black females and
two diverse women.
It's very difficult to separate them. Yes.
Yeah. But no, you also get the self-validation of Ben Urich's daughter, who is BB for BB News or whatever.
Yeah.
But BB News is atrocious, and it's the worst thing ever, and I hate it. But if you notice, the people that she interviews for Fisk, all of them are kind of your working man or kind of slack-jawed, idiots, where they're going, yeah, I heard Fisk, slammed a dude's head into the car door. That's awesome. I want that to be my president. And then you have like the sophisticated, like, oh, I don't think a criminal should be in office or whatever for like the liberal point of view. So it's just like, I see so many parallels that I just think, why would they not be? Like I said, I don't give Disney the benefit of the doubt. Why would they not write Fisk as Trump? Right? Like when they obviously wanted to or could do it. So
yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see. I feel like we saw I disliked more of the Fisk stuff in the second episode than I did the first episode. Like I don't really like anything with his office cabinet people. I just it feels very CW. Well, I mean, I'll compare these two scenes. The Fisk scene with Gandolfini and his black lady and the British dude and whatever. To me, feels like something written for a CW show where I'm like, these people just watch CNN news coverage for, elections and then try to write the script. Whereas this scene here, even though there's nothing special about this scene. A lot of the dialogue for Matt and the psychiatrist, what's her name? Heather Glenn,
right?
Yeah.
Glenn?
I thought that felt natural. Like it felt somewhat. And you didn't think so?
I just don't think. Well, maybe I guess
don't
we
date
shouldn't say
lawyers. Why? Because your hours suck and you argue about it, or you argue everything. And he goes,
yeah. What does he say? That's not true, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then she goes,
like,
well,
hey.
see, yeah,
yeah.
I just don't think they have the chemistry that he and Karen have. And I know that's me being biased, but I don't know, man. I mean, I think that we're allowed to be when we have had Karen and Matt and their chemistry together, but now they want to switch it up and change the cards up on us and be like, no, have this diverse female of color to, instead. And it's like, yeah, but why? Like, why not have Karen there? Like, we know her, we like her, like, dynamic between Matt. What's wrong with Karen being there? So I don't know.
Now that black chick lawyer, she has got an evil face. Like
She
her
does.
grin, she
God.
looks like a fucking goblin. I'm like, you look like you're evil, like you look maniacal.
Oh man.
What's
I
interesting
gotta
is
find
I didn't mind her in that opening scene where she's flirting with Foggy.
Right,
Like
me
I was
either.
like, all right. This seems like this could be a fun character. And then
Yeah.
everything else, I'm like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
No,
bad after
agreed.
that. Because she's like, Matt comes up to her after the date and he's like, that wasn't funny. And that's, I hate you for doing this, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
I know.
And she's like, which I would also
I was
be
like,
upset.
good for you. And then she's like,
Yeah,
ah,
like-
you mean it, you love it. It's like,
She's like, so when do you want me to give you your number? And I'm like,
Yeah. no, I just fucking told
like-
you, don't ever do that shit again, or I'll beat the fuck out of you. You understand?
Yeah. It
Yes,
it felt like a gay person writing it. I'm just gonna be honest.
Oh yeah.
Like-
well, Josh, talk to your people, okay? Get them in
They're
line.
not my people. You take that back, you asswipe.
You're right. I'm sorry. I need to talk to my people, apparently. So.
Before we finish this episode, the
Mhm.
one new character that I actually like, I mean, aside from White Tiger, which is in episode 2, I like Cherry. I think Cherry could be a cool character.
Agreed.
That is the cop that we saw initially at the beginning at the bar, correct?
That was retiring, and now
Mhm.
Matt's using him for like information and research. So
Yeah. There was a scene where they are out by the docks, and he and Matt are having a conversation. I thought that was good. I mean, that reminded me of what I would assume good, storytelling looks like. But yeah,
what I said looks like.
yeah. Matt MG says, Matt going to a psychiatrist over a priest? Really? Why is anyone justifying this? Well, he's not necessarily going to her as the psychiatrist to get help from her, but they are sort of dating now, so they're kind of a thing.
Again, if you would have played more of that Catholicism, that would have been an interesting dichotomy of him having to wrestle with both of those things in his
There
life,
you go.
which
Yeah.
would be very good character development. You have a psychiatrist girlfriend telling him one thing, and yet you have the church telling you something else.
Right.
That's interesting
And-
writing.
Interesting. It's interesting. What did you guys say last?
Writing.
Writing. Yeah. No, and they're in it of you itself. You have
That is true.
Comics embrace comment.
Oh no! Can I put this up on the screen? Oh no! Well, you can't screw the priest. He's
I
too old
just
now.
aged out. Damn.
Oh no!
Dang it! Oh, little
Mr.
Matty
Five.
Burdock.
Oh, Matty.
Oh, little Matty, I remember you when you were just 10 years old, and I was then assigned to a different church. Why were you assigned to a different church?
What happened? Oh, never you mind.
Never, no reason at all. Just keep praying.
Let's go find me Lucky
Um,
Charms.
Yeah. But MG also says, didn't Foggy have a wife at the end of season 3? He was really heavily involved with a girlfriend. I don't know if it was a wife, but yeah, he had a girlfriend. She's just nowhere to be seen. So there you go. But
The blonde chick,
From
the
that law firm, that
Yeah,
hot chick?
yeah.
the hoe, she a
Yeah.
big old hoe. He's better than
Yes.
her. Come on.
Stank
Oh,
ass
yeah.
hoe.
Stink, stink ass hoe. Comics Embrace says, "I'm sorry," and MG says, "No, you aren't." True. Embrace it. Your name literally says embrace. So embrace it. So, yeah. Now, specifically this image, and I'd love to get your guys' insight on this as well. But specifically sites like this, and we juxtapose that with Fisk on the skyscraper, and you have the bright white light on Fisk, but then you have the red, dark, hot light on Matt. Did we like the cinematography in these first 2 episodes? I just felt like they were trying to replicate it was a skin suit of the first season where they're like, well, the first 3 seasons had this, so maybe we can try and replicate that, but it's not
It all felt
with the same
artificial.
talent.
It felt
Yeah.
it all felt like a simulation of what Daredevil looked like. It felt like a copy of a copy of a copy that they did here. It felt like
Yeah.
watching an AI generated version of Daredevil. Where you just you look at, you're just like, it doesn't look genuine. It doesn't look like they're really there.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
I think
I don't know if that's a talent issue or a skill issue, or if that's like
I don't think it's a talent issue, because and again, I'm going to go back to what Benson and Moorhead did in Loki season 2. They did some really cinematic stuff. What I'm wondering is we're whether we like it or not, we're stuck with the season that was 50% probably less talented filmmakers that started it, and then you had these 2 guys come in, and they're being told that you have to keep 50% of this. So whatever they're going to do, they're going to have to try to mesh in some way and make it look like it's a cohesive unit. So I'm wondering, I'm nervous for some maybe episodes coming up and what they're going to look like and feel like, but I'm wondering how different, quote unquote, season 2 is going to feel when they can just come in and do what they want to do. Like, you're probably going to have to keep some of this identity, but they talked about how there was less of a Netflix feel from the original stuff that was filmed, and that's why they reshot certain things with the same script that was there before to try to make it feel more like Netflix. I don't know. We'll see. But I wasn't crazy about this scene. I felt like it was trying too hard and didn't do what it wanted to do.
Correct. It was trying to bring this really big emotional weight, and I was just kind of like, okay, that's the end of episode 1.
There's no winning you over, Max. It doesn't matter what they do.
That's true.
Doesn't matter what.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what could they do at this point? Like, you know what?
I'm asking you. What could they do if they hold the rest of the series in a fucking church and they have mass every episode? Is that good enough for you?
Mass.
Here's what they'd have to do. I would want them to no more CGI.
All the Stations of the Cross. There you go. How about that?
If Matt really tries to see that Jesus's sacrifice is also what Matt has to sacrifice in order to be Daredevil, that it's not a privilege for him to be Daredevil, but it is a sacrifice, because we know that to be a very prominent character, like development within like heroes and protagonists, is that they have to sacrifice, right, in order to be that hero. So if he like learned that from the Stations of the Cross, maybe. But
what was interesting, this came out, it was near Lent. This could have started on Ash Wednesday. And
there
then
we
he
go.
gets the ashes, and then all through Lent, he's got to give up being Daredevil. And then on Easter Sunday, when it rises, he becomes Daredevil again.
After the 3rd day. Yeah. No, I mean, there are 3 big things that I'd really want out of this. No more CGI. I'm done with the Rubbermen, and I would really want them to go back to the practical, and I think with that aspect of the action, the quick cuts, the editing felt really choppy these first 2 episodes, and I think maybe
You mean with the
better
action?
editing. Yes. Yeah.
So 100% go back and watch those first 3 seasons of Daredevil. You have it all through those first 3 seasons too.
Yeah, you do.
Right, and I'm not saying that there wasn't quick cuts in the first 3 seasons, but I think it was better effectively done.
I think
No?
we're remembering those
differently?
one takes. Yeah, because the few episodes that I went through and rewatched, I was legitimately like, bro, I didn't remember the fight scenes in the original having the cuts that they have.
Oh yeah, I'm on
like-
season 2, and the stuff with him and Elektra going through some of these buildings and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like,
Yeah.
Well, I
Jesus.
did not like a lot of the Elektra stuff in those.
Yeah, just
Oh,
fast forward to it.
No, even season 1 though. Like
Yeah, season 1
the-
too. Yeah,
that
sure.
final fight with Fisk, I remembered that being a total badass fight, and when I rewatched it, I was like, that was not good. I was like,
Yeah.
what is because it was like cut.
Mhm.
Oh, he's throwing him over. Cut. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Because yeah, especially in the scene where in episode 2 where he's fighting those guys in the room, I was just like, oh, whoa, where'd he go? How did he end up on this side? And so I was just trying to get a spatial awareness, right? You always want to kind of know where people are at in that scene. The second thing I would want is yeah, you're right, Kyle, more faith. I think he needs more.
I'm okay with that. I agree.
Yeah, I think he needs more of it, and I think
Yeah.
we need to see more of his struggle, because even if he's losing his faith, I want to see that, right? And
Agreed.
we didn't get to see that because
Catholic
it
guilt.
fast
He needs the
forwards.
Catholic guilt.
Yeah, I want more.
Yeah.
And there was a third thing, but I'm blanking on what it is right now. So let's
More
go
white
to
people and
episode-
less black people, probably, is my assumption.
I mean, they did get rid of 2 of the main white characters. No, I'm kidding. That that I can give or take, and it's like it's not such a massive thing. Oh, you know what? It would probably be something with Fisk. It'd probably be like, hey, get rid of this whole Fisk Vanessa thing. Have them figure out their differences in therapy. Whatever, it's behind us. But like episode 3 and on, like let's get them actually working together. I don't know.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go through episode 2, right? Or no?
We unfortunately, I don't think we have time to go through the entire episode. But if you want to mention something, let me know and I'll find it for you.
I'll just do three quick things. The whole pothole in the road and Fisk getting out and be like, fill this hole is some of the worst writing. Like, I'm like,
that was
what
rough.
the fuck? Like, this is the retards that think they know how life works.
Yep.
And they're like, well, get someone out here to say fill the hole. Like fuck off already. Like, come on. I hated all this. I hated every single aspect of this. And then you have Gandolfini, who's like a high school actor. You've got those high school kids that do theater. Hold on. And you've got some that are good. And you've always got that one guy that's kind of like the supporting character in all the plays. And it's just because, that kid isn't really the best actor, but he learns his line and he shows up for rehearsals. That's Gandolfini for me. Gandolfini works better here when he's not talking. The moment he starts talking, I'm like, bro's just saying lines. Like, he's not acting.
Yeah.
He's just, there's not a reaction. He's just saying lines. But I hated this scene. Oh, go ahead.
Did you like the acting of the construction worker where he goes, all right, boys, let's fill it in, or like whatever. Let's fill that hole.
We're working today.
Like,
it's
for
like
me,
no one would actually say that.
This is like everything that's been wrong with the MCU. It's that type of writing and acting. Like, I'm like,
all right, sorry, that was your number 1. You had 2 other things you wanted to mention.
What were the 2 other things? Hold on.
Oh, this is where Matt says you're the bestest, and he's like,
hate
yes,
this
I am
shit.
the bestest.
Yep, wasn't a fan. Also, that's supposed to be the DA, which this is how you can tell it's such a hack job. You don't realize they reference his name earlier in this episode, and then he shows up, but they never refer to him as the district
Yeah, it's
attorney.
like he's the Hawk or the Tom. What the fuck is he? What's his nickname? The Hawk.
Yeah,
the Hawk Tua.
Look at her face. Look at her like
She looks
a-
mean.
She is a demon. Like, I mean,
Oh my god.
if she's not a villain, I will be shocked.
Kyle, you can't say that about minorities.
Absolutely, I
Yeah.
can't.
I don't remember what else I was gonna say about this episode. I'm
That's okay.
blinking.
No, that pothole scene probably just completely fried your brain, so it's okay.
It did. Well,
Um,
you were on a panel earlier that it was what I was going to talk about.
Oh,
further.
was it maybe when Matt and what's his name are talking at the docks here?
I mean, that was a good scene, but
I did like this. I will say I enjoyed. It was just simple, just two people talking. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm nervous about the Punisher aspect that's teased.
Oh,
Yes.
bro, you know they're
The-
going to be
All
like,
kinds of ways. With
oh,
that.
all these cops with the tattoo of the Punisher think they're all hot shit. It's like, oh my god, here we go.
If they take Punisher the Jason Aaron route, I am going to be pissed.
Well, wait, how would
Now-
you mean making him a psychopathic killer from childhood?
Well,
And making him be like, "Oh, I'm
the
losing this
Mandalorian logo."
Yeah,
The
I'm
Mandalorian,
losing
yeah.
the symbol." Like if they do that
Oh
now,
no.
Scarta Payne wrote for the first two Punisher seasons, so hopefully he won't let that happen. But if it does, I'm pissed. What I was gonna say was Vanessa and Kingpin. I'm fine if they have therapy. I don't want to see their problems. They should just be back together. Their power couple. Let them do their thing.
Yeah.
I want to see them going to therapy just as a front because
Correct.
Fisk knows he's dating or she's dating Matt. And that's
Correct.
the only, like, I want it to be a front that he's trying to get close to people that Matt's close to now. And that's it.
That would be sick.
Yeah,
that
so
would.
both of them are
and
in
then
on it.
that
Actually,
would-
Vanessa is too. And then
Yeah.
Matt somehow tries to appeal to Vanessa, and she's like, "You really don't think that I'm dumb enough to know that you're not fucking this chick? Like, of course I know that too." Then he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh shit, like she's in on it too."
Or
Yeah.
maybe, yeah,
That
like
would make sense if you follow season 3, just how in the know like Kingpin is with everything. And just you want to think about a truly fucked up evil guy Kingpin is. Watch him in season 3, what he does to Bullseye in his fucking life, pretty much
Yeah.
destroying it. Yeah, it's just I would not be surprised if we see that.
That's a really great point that you guys make, is that if Fisk and Vanessa start to slowly get to know the psychologist by or psychiatrist, like asking her questions or like figuring out her little weaknesses, or like, he asks like, are you seeing anyone? Right. And then she talks about like, oh, well, there's someone in my life. Yes. Or, so then they start to like manipulate her and be like, oh my God, that's great. But
if you're familiar with Heather Glenn's character from the comics, a tragic family story. So I'm curious to see if they bring that in or not. But
okay. But no, hated this, the cop with the Punisher tattoo on his arm here. Chat, if you can see that, it's kind of dark, but this little wrist tattoo is in fact the Punisher logo. And it's just like, oh boy, here we go. Corrupt cop. Yeah.
Question: did Matt kill that cop? Because he broke the guy's neck.
I think he broke his neck. I think he's dead.
Yeah, he killed him.
When he slammed, that was a pretty thick like floor slam. But
I was like, I think he just fucking killed that guy.
Yeah.
So Drew, call back to one of our previous episodes on Comic Shop Conversations. That means that Batman killed all those people in that warehouse, because you cannot
correct.
You cannot say that Matt didn't kill this or killed this guy, but Batman didn't kill those other guys, right?
No, Batman did kill those guys, and Matt, he may have killed this guy.
I don't
Their
know.
body counts are stacking up pretty close to each other.
There's nothing clear in BBS if they just all die like accidentally, like in the Naked Gun movies,
Oh gosh, I don't know.
But it's kind of clear here.
They're getting pretty close to each other as far as death toll.
Yeah. JK says, gotta go, night all. Have a great evening, JK, and thank you for being here. You know who else has a huge death toll? Cap. Like Steve Rogers' Cap has a massive death toll on his he's got red on his
World
ledger.
War. What do you expect? Come on.
Yeah.
No, if you watch his shield throws, those things are like decapitating people if anywhere else in real life. But yeah, too funny. So that is Daredevil, the first 2 episodes. We'll kind of summarize real quick here. I do want to get to this comment. MG says, I don't care one way or the other. I haven't seen the new Daredevil and may not, but I hear a lot of you guys coping and justifying bad decisions in a show because it had some good action. So what I'll say is, MG, I actually didn't like the action. I thought the action was kind of piss poor because of the CGI and because of a lot of shortcuts that they made. Now, if what Josh and Kyle and Drew were saying about the quick cuts and the edits, that's something I have to do on my own to do my homework and rewatch the first couple seasons. But so I don't think it's necessarily justifying it because of the good action, because I don't actually think it's good action. I think what we're trying to do is, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't like it, but I hear you guys saying there is still elements of the original show and still aspects of this that are trying to honor what came before and that are trying to do the best they can with what they're working with, so that by season 2, when season 2 rolls around, they can really show their chops and really get back into like the granular aspects of what made Daredevil so great. Is that fair?
Partially,
no?
But I also think some of the differences that we're feeling, I legitimately think it's there by design. I think narratively they want you to feel like it's different, not just for the sake of being like, oh, it's going back to what I was saying about the characters. I think you're purposely supposed to feel like Matt and Fisk are in this kind of different world because they're trying to do things differently.
Yeah.
And the only thing I'll compare it to, because I think it's one of those things that like it is different. So at first it feels weird and it's kind of hard to accept. If it's done well, and we'll see, I think by the end you'll be like, all right, no, I'm okay with it. One of my favorite TV shows is a show called The Leftovers. And when they went from the end of season 1 and started season 2, it was drastically different. Like you lost half the characters. They moved to a new town. There's suddenly like a whole new cast of supporting characters. And I was like, bro, what the fuck is this? But I ended up thinking by the end of that season that was a much better season than the first season. Okay. But it everything, because it almost felt like a different show. I was like, what is this? Doesn't feel like the show that I wanted to come back and watch. But then once I let the story do its thing, I was like, very much still the same show, better characters, and more intensity. So I don't know. We'll see. Like, I'm not saying it's the best thing ever. It's better than anything Marvel has done for Disney Plus shows. Oh, yeah. And I'm someone who likes Scarlet Witch, or what is it, WandaVision? Mm-hmm. Mainly because of the TV aspects and how they filmed it and paying homage to how television was filmed. But yeah, best TV stuff they've done.
So I guess then the question I'll ask is, are you hopeful for the future? Do you think that the next, what would that be, 5, 6 episodes? Or no, 7 if they're doing 9 episodes. Do you think that they will get better with time? And do you think that by the end of this first season, you'll actually like confirming and ending up being like, yeah, I like this?
I fully suspect the season will end on a high point.
Cool. Okay.
But I don't think, I think some of the stuff that we disliked about these first 2 episodes, I think we're going to continue to see it throughout this season. So, and that's one of the things though, like, I don't know. I feel like we live in this time that it's like, if we see one thing or one element that we don't like about something, people automatically like, well, I don't like it because of one element. I'm like, bro, that's like 8% of everything you just watched. And that's the one thing, you're not.
Sometimes something so small sticks out so badly, like a broken bone. Like, one instance, for example, it maybe seems so small, but it's a huge fucking factor. I'll say it again: the Batman, Robert Pattinson, when Selena Kyle says they're white privilege, it's like,
oh yeah,
that is a massive fucking broken bone, and it's like, I have checked out. You have taken me out of the movie when you say that line. you could. It's just it ceased to be fun. But here, it's like I wouldn't say there is anything yet that's that bad to take me out of it. But now it can't. Like I said, the Punisher stuff, they're trading a very thin line with that. That can go
Yeah.
off the wire pretty
That
damn
worries me.
quickly. Yes, me too.
Especially because we. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say we know Frank is in the season. We've seen him in the previews, in the trailers. So Frank will show up, and it's just how is he going to be handled?
If we're gonna get him lecturing cops, I'm like, oh god, oh please no.
Oh well, they could pull that one panel out of or not out of continuity, but out of
What Rosenberg wrote, yeah, I remember.
out of context. Where Frank is like, I'm not like you, and starts like lecturing the cops. And I think it was a Garth Ennis book.
No, it was Rosenberg. Matt Rosenberg wrote that. That was during his run.
Oh, well, that's why then. Yeah. But yeah, that like Disney would just eat that up and go, well, it's comic accurate, right? So
right. I've got to address two things because MG has two comments here. The better characters comment was me referring to the leftovers.
Okay. And then
like I was talking about leftovers season 1 to season 2. And then you can't pull a James Gunn 45-year plan. That's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying just because there are some elements that you dislike in something doesn't mean the overall thing is bad. Now, Drew is right. There are certain things that we watch that like a little thing can grate with this so bad that it's hard for us to go through. I'll point to Max for Multiverse of Madness. For him, the character assassination is so bad that he's like, this is by far the worst thing the MCU has done. I can look at that and go, I'm pissed about the character assassination. I think they did a lot of things wrong. However, there was a lot of visual stuff they did that I think is a lot of fun and really cool. Does it make it a good movie? No, I've always said that was been a terrible movie. But that doesn't mean there aren't aspects that I can't like. Like you can go into a television series or movie and there's things you can like and dislike, and then you can choose how that leans on the spectrum. But it's not like if you go into everything and go, oh, this movie or this TV show is bad because I didn't like one thing. And a lot of people have gone into that mindset. I think it's bullshit and it's stupid.
Yeah, and I think that those things, like you said, weigh on a scale. Because like, let's take the first Lord of the Rings film. I think is a perfect film. But the Fellowship of the Ring, there is that scene where Frodo is about to die. He's dying, and you have that weird kind of shot of him like ghostly zoning out, and like Elrond is zoning in, and it's this really weird decision that Peter Jackson makes. But a lot of people hate that, and it completely takes him out of the film. And so for a lot of people, if that were the big thing that weighed so heavily, they may say like, this was just garbage and the CGI sucked and it completely took me out and I could never get back in after that. So like, I think that's kind of what,
I mean, you see that scene, you're like, are they getting ready to bang each other? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, I just checked the private chat. Yeah. Well, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, I sent the link to the actual page. It's an article back from 2019, and it was Rosenberg, and they showed the page. I'm terrified we're going to get that in the episode.
Jack Frost goes, no way that was Ennis.
Yeah,
no. Zax thinks that it's pretty clear where the Punisher stuff is gone. Oh,
you don't know that yet.
All right.
Yeah, you don't know it yet.
You don't know that yet.
There's talks of them doing a Punisher, like a Punisher special, like a. I don't
know.
No,
they are. It's Scartapane's writing it with what's his name? I can't think of his name. The actor.
John Bernthal.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Scartapane also said something too, and this gives me hope for Punisher because this is an interview that Brandon did with them, my friend BD. But he asked, he was like, "Hey, like I get that 8 years have passed since we last saw Matt, and he's kind of in a different place. I'm excited to see Punisher. I know you worked on the first 2 seasons. Like, is he in a different place?" And Scartapane was like, Matt and Frank are 2 different characters. Matt is a guy that's probably going to kind of grow and develop. And he's like, Frank's just kind of he's that guy that's going to go, in his little hole, stay in that thing, and he's just there to cause chaos if you're an evil or bad person.
Yep.
So
he is the great white shark. He does not need to evolve.
So for me, that was like, oh, thank God, because I saw the tattoo thing and I was like, fuck. And then I saw the interview and I was like, okay, please don't let that just be bullshit that you're spewing, and please God deliver on that. So,
and I think you up the ante with Frank by giving him like worse and worse criminals to deal with. You know what I mean? Because like in Garth Ennis's run, it's like, okay, he deals with human traffickers. It's like, okay, damn, that's pretty bad. And then it's like, well, he's now dealing with like PDF files that are politicians, and it's like that's like even worse, you know. And you just kind of up the ante, but every time Frank brings that same intensity, that same tenacity. Like you said, Drew, he's a great white shark, and he's like always on the hunt. And I think we kind of like the stability with Frank. We like him to just be consistently him, and we don't need him really to like have this existential crisis or something. But
yeah, there are characters who are great who don't have to evolve.
Yeah,
Punisher is one of them. James Bond is another one. Just they're great for who they are. You know, we like them for what they are, and they just if there's a John Bernthal Punisher we see, he's moved on, has a family. I'm like, no, this is not the fucking Punisher.
Yeah, no.
Maybe we'll see him using swords in this series because he's disavowed guns.
Yeah, he's got the Mandalorian logo.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, but while I'm gone, I'll round robin, starting with Kyle, Drew, and then Josh. Overall thoughts and what you hope for. You know what I mean? I think that'll be a good point of discussion for us, is to say, here's what I felt and here's what I'm looking forward to, or what I'm hoping to get from this, right? Because we always talk about that with comics, is like, what did I get from this comic and why was this comic made? And I think a lot of people are asking that question now, is why did we need a 4th season of Daredevil, or a new reboot of a, Born Again season, of a rehash of a, like, why do we need this Daredevil, and what are we hoping to expect from it and gain from it? And I think that's a fair question to ask, because for the past 5 years, things have not been good at Marvel. So to kind of get this, there's a lot riding on it, I think, to really kind of shift gears. But so yeah, Kyle, I'll give you the floor while I'm gone for a second.
Okay. Overall thoughts, like we said, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. It's not the greatest thing since sliced bread, and it's not the worst thing that Disney Marvel has put out. It's right in the middle. It's, for lack of a better term, it's safe. Like, it's just something like, okay, let's kind of get some people in here. Let's not piss too many people off yet. And let's kind of get some buzz going, killing Foggy. Like, let's get the internet going and get some traction on this. And I get what they were trying to do with that. And fine, if that's what you want to do. But am I hopeful for this season? No. I'm kind of jaded at this point, but can I have fun with this? Yeah, I think there's still some fun to be had here. Again, with the Punisher logo and the cop stuff, as somebody who was a cop that had Punisher logo stuff while he was a cop, I can attest to this. I had worked with a lot of guys that had Punisher logos on stuff when we were cops. Doesn't mean we were racist people only beating up black people. It's like, that's not what that, but now could they go the like Magnum Force route here, where it's a group of renegade cops doing their own thing? Yeah. Does that mean all cops are bad? No, it does not. But it's that poignance and nuance, how they're going to handle that. A very thin line. Now, do I think Disney can do that? Yes. Will they do that? Don't know. Still to be seen. There are enough little things in here to where they could potentially tell a decent story and have some good action. And I don't even want to say I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm kind of cautiously optimistic that this could be okay, pretty good. is what I'm hoping for pretty good by the end of this thing to be like, okay. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. But I still would give these first 2 episodes a shot. Everyone blackpilled saying they fucking suck. They're never going to do anything again. It's like, you can't think like that. Like, you got to give this stuff a fair shake. Like, and even if people are saying it's great, you can't, no, never mind. They're never going to do anything good. It's like, I refuse to be like that. I'm going to give everything a fair shot. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Drewski.
Well, I'll say decisions like this, or decisions like DC bringing back Jim Lee and Jeff Loeb to do Hush 2, desperation. Honestly, if things have been going great with the Eternals, with Echo, with Lady Hawkeye, they would not be doing this. They would not have done this series. I guarantee it. But because things have not been going well, they got to dip into the well, just like with the Batman Hush 2. And right now, with the first 2 episodes, it's been all right. If we're going to use a sports ball analogy, I would say they've probably hit a double. Not a triple, probably a double. They're doing all right. They're doing fine. We'll see how the season unfolds. I do know a few things about later on. I do know we're not going to see the costume for a few more episodes, which is a shame. I hope we get to see some more fight scenes, because episode 2 was lacking them until like the last 2 minutes of the episode. But and hopefully we see a little bit less of BB, because if we get more of her, it's gonna be a rough watch. But yeah, I'd say they're doing all right so far. It's about a double. Give it a shot.
Yeah. I will disagree with Drew. They were gonna do Daredevil no matter what, because that's what fans wanted. That's why they went ahead and signed the contract, brought him in for Spider-Man. It was inevitable. I mean, even Hawkeye came before that. So, and they brought Vincent D'Onofrio in. Have they handled the characters well in those? Absolutely not. This, I agree. I think it's okay to good, and I want better. I'm optimistic that it will stay okay to good, and we'll see where it goes. But I do think they have a solid writer that's show running the show. So for me, that's hope. I think Benson and Moorhead are solid directors with good ideas. And I think you're going to see some improvements. I think some of the willingness I have to quote unquote give the benefit of the doubt, or maybe some patience, is anytime you have a show starting, it typically takes a little while to get past the growing pains. And this is, for the most part, an entirely new writing team, an entirely new directorial team. They're going to have to kind of fill themselves out until they get their rhythm. The fact that they're signing this with a whole other creative team that was so bad that even Kevin Feige was like, throw this shit out, it's not working. Like, that should tell you something. So even though I would have given like episode 2 a 5.5 or 6 out of 10, it was better than I thought it would be, knowing that it was the old creative team. And some of that stuff worked really well. Some of it you got, especially the court type stuff, and then the kind of interpersonal relationships of Matt seeing someone else that's a vigilante and trying to like, no, I believe in this guy. And even the counterplay between Matt and Cherry, where, they can't reveal Matt knows this guy's telling the truth and why, but they know, so they're having their conversations. It was good stuff. Perfect? No, not even close. But there's good stuff here. So we'll see if it sticks.
A few things while I was making some food in my comics bowl.
Is that cereal? Did you make cereal?
I made oatmeal with protein peanut butters.
Peanut butters.
Sweet. Because I got to get yoked. One thing I was thinking about that I forgot to mention is, did you guys like the scene where Matt goes, he didn't have his secret amulet on, he didn't have his powers?
I know. That was a little, I was like,
I loved that. I was like, wait, hold on. Wait, what?
That was some of the bad dialogue.
Yeah, that was like the parts where and what's great is like Charlie Cox, you still buy it because he's like a good actor. So you're like,
it was a rough moment.
Yeah, but I just thought that was fucking hilarious because like this like deep, gritty, down to earth, like super realistic show, and then Matt just like.
Hold on. I'm pausing you because I had someone else being like, "Oh, this is stupid with an amulet in such a show that's deep and gritty and street level." Fucking season 2 was bringing people back from the dead.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I thought it was
40-story
funny.
hole in the ground going after the black Scott. Give me a come on now.
Just watch Punisher stuff in season 2. Just fast forward through all the Electra bullshit. Watch the Punisher stuff, and you're fine in season 2.
I didn't even like the Electra actress, really.
She's not good.
Well, she's supposed to be coming back, so
fuck.
I'm making the Henry Cavill Superman face when Flash hits him, and he goes, To answer what you guys were saying while I was away, Kyle, you had Punisher patches on your gear, you freaking generic cop. You
There were like 5 of us that did. I know it was.
That's okay. I think it's hilarious, but hey, I had a Punisher patch on my stuff too in the military, so it's okay.
See?
We all did it.
They had the blue line on one of the things. So
I think we're gonna see Punisher, Frank, and Karen having a little bit of a do-si-do.
Really?
Well, why not?
But then I'd want him to just be like,
I mean,
away from me, whore. You know, like I don't. Yeah,
be gone.
It's a means to an end.
Be gone, thought.
Right.
It's a means to an end, and it's just that's how Garth Ennis treated it with Frank in the comics.
Yeah,
it just means to the end. Yeah,
I'm not saying I want them to get married. I'm just saying I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah,
interesting.
I don't think it's gonna be happily ever after. I think it's gonna be a fling, and then Frank's gonna just Frank.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that poor woman. I mean, when we really think about the past 3 seasons, what Karen has gone through, that poor woman has gone through hell and back. I mean, every season she's like going through some sort of death or tragedy or like injury or like
some of it through her own choices.
She is a whiner.
Yep.
Yeah. But Deborah Ann Wall is a brilliant actress, and I really like her portrayal. So she always does well in these.
Do we
Drewski? Oh, sorry.
Do we think they're gonna go the addiction route with her?
No.
Are they gonna go the Frank Miller really dark route?
No.
Yeah.
No, they had their chance with that in season 3. I feel like they really pulled their punch with that in season 3.
Okay.
I hated that. I hate that episode when they show her past being a party girl. I'm like, really? That's it?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, because her past in the comics is dork. It's dark. So.
Yeah. It's like no donkey shows. What the hell? This sucks.
Drew, you had mentioned something. That this show was never going to be made unless things were going well for them. And then Josh had kind of responded about, well, that's not true because fans love Daredevil. Like it was always going to come back. It was just a matter of when. And I thought that was really interesting of an anecdote because I had never really thought about it that way. Like because I always think about like, why would they bring back Daredevil? And I was like, is it because Marvel is failing and they need a surefire hit? Or is it because they've always wanted to bring him back? They just they weren't sure when or how, or, they needed the right time or any of that stuff. But I don't know. Yeah.
Keep in mind. So even around the time that Endgame was coming out, Daredevil had already been canceled. All the Netflix shows had already been canceled. And Kevin Feige point blank said, we're doing Daredevil, but we're going to do a new take. We're not going to keep anything from the shows. And people lost their shit. And they were coming out being like, yo, you haven't done anything as good as these shows. Mm-hmm. Why would you do that? 1, 2, the closest thing you've done to this is Winter Soldier. And I think that was kind of what made him go like, all right, cool. But they knew they wanted to. There was a back and forth even at that time that when they were writing Infinity War and Endgame, there are drafts that have some of the Netflix characters in there, and then they ultimately took them out for just filming reasons of not knowing when availability was or where the characters would be with their stories. So,
do we think that a lot of goodwill that people have right now about the show, because I have seen a lot of positive things, I've seen more positive than I have negative. Do we think that it possibly could be because of the stream of slop that we've been receiving, and now we actually get something that's fairly competent? Well, competent for what people would assume, comparatively. Like, do we think that maybe if this were to come out during phase 1, 2, or 3, it'd be different?
I think I think it goes both ways. What you're saying, I think it's getting some goodwill because it's definitely better than a lot of the slop that came before it. But I think it's also getting a lot of ill favor from people because they don't think it lives up. I would also say there's a lot of stuff in Marvel Phase 1 and 2 that's not good.
I would, I guess, because I
so
still
with
will
phase
never
2.
watch Iron Man 3 again.
Never.
Watched it.
No, never.
Garbage.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of garbage, do we have anything else we want to talk about for Daredevil? I think I've expressed I didn't really like it as much as these three gentlemen here, but I think Kyle made a good point. I got to give it give it a good shake and at least try.
So will you be able? So okay. So moving forward, are we going to review this every week it comes out? Max, are you going to keep watching every week or no?
That's
the answer is yes. You're going to fucking do it. So we're going to review it every week. So it was rhetorical.
So what I hear is Kyle wants to review the show every week, and so that he doesn't have to read comics every week anymore, so he can just watch a show. And
no, because
I mean,
honestly, we all have 4 different takes on something, and that's actually interesting.
Yeah.
You mean we're not a bunch of birthday party clowns that just hate
Not yet.
everything? Well, I mean, I'm a birthday party clown because I do hate everything, but
I'm just a faggot, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just an asshole that hates everything.
Hey.
So.
This may be the first time that I hate something that you we're just kind of like, yeah, it was fine. You know,
Deadpool Wolverine.
I was about to say
movie.
Deadpool
like
Wolverine.
Oh my God, that's right. You like that. I just remember Drew really liking it and being like,
Yeah.
I reject the notion that you think this is a good film.
Hey,
but
I have a blast with that film. I've rewatched it a couple times since then. Yeah, I have. It's
You've
fun.
rewatched it? Oh
Yes,
no.
it's a fun movie. It's fun.
Oh,
I enjoy it.
I'm so sorry.
I will,
but yeah, no, that
I will gladly rewatch that film more than anything from Marvel or Disney since Endgame.
okay.
Nah.
Yeah. I mean,
There you go.
Hugh Jackman alone.
He's great in it.
Carries
Him
the
playing
weight.
off Ryan Reynolds is hilarious to watch.
Yeah.
It's even funnier now when you find out like the nice pool. Nice guy.
Justin Baldoni.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God.
And how funny that Justin Baldoni knows that he's such a femboy that he was like, "Were you making fun of me in this nice pool thing?" It's like, why would you say that if you know
that's
that
ridiculous? Why would you assume
that? Yeah. So I guess final thoughts for me. I just judging off of these first 2 episodes, I pulled a Trump. Just judging off of these first 2 episodes. I just felt like it was a skinwalker suit. I don't know. It just felt disingenuous, and it didn't feel like it just felt like they were like, how can we replicate the first 3 seasons but not actually do the first 3 seasons, but just like make it seem like it's that? And I think it was Drew that said it's like a photocopy of a photocopy of an AI image that's already generated from another AI image. It's like so many times removed. It's just like it's trying to it's like something that's trying to seem human, but it's like it can't get there, and you're like something's off. Like I can't figure it out. But so it wasn't my favorite thing ever, but I love seeing Charlie Cox again. And if you are to watch these first 2 episodes, I will say that much of the goodwill and much of the moments that you're going to have the best time with, at least in my opinion, are watching Charlie act and seeing him back as Matt, but also as Daredevil. So that's kind of my thoughts. But
all right, every week we're watching a new episode. We're doing it.
Oh,
I know you're trying to
no.
move on. I just want one brief question. Was
yes,
I the
yeah,
only
yeah.
one that was like, "Oh shit," when he threw Bullseye off the roof?
No, I did. I was like, "Oh fuck, they're going there." Okay.
Right. Okay. Cool.
I'm like, that kind of brought me back because the fight. I was like, ugh. But then he did that. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, good for you.
That fight was also way too fast. They needed to slow that shit
Agreed.
down. I couldn't see
Yep.
half the shit that was going on.
Oh yeah. Now, did you like the fact that he threw him off the skyscraper?
Yes.
I
I
liked the
liked-
fact that he did it, and I liked how emotionless he was when he did it.
Oh,
Like
just
he had his emotion. Why
Yeah,
would you do that? And then he just stops, and he's just in this pause, and it's just a bloop. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
like the full I don't give a fuck. I'm giving up on my
Mhm.
morals.
yeah.
This fucker's gonna die. I was like, so
Yeah.
Yeah. You pulled a Soups, Josh. What the hell? You didn't
Oh,
record
no.
it? You should have filmed it.
Why?
You
Why?
started crying.
Bullseye's my favorite character ever.
How
It's like,
dare
oh,
you?
yeah. No,
That
but
actor,
Nat's
that actor
oh,
has
sorry,
done
go
such a great job as Bullseye. I think we haven't talked about him enough. Like the few scenes
Oh,
he's in
yeah.
this,
Wilson Bethel.
Fucking
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
fucking great. And even during the court scene, played it perfectly.
He's just
Loved
got
it.
that stone
Yeah,
cold,
stone
like
cold
fuck
face.
you
Yes.
face. Yeah. It's just,
Yes.
oh yeah.
I
Um,
fully feel like we're gonna see more of him.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Not
Yeah.
in the costume, but I hope we see more of him.
Mm.
Or
Yeah.
costume. Or
Yeah.
whatever that is.
SWAT
Yeah.
gear, whatever the hell that
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting because that moment, Charlie Cox does something really interesting where he's like got Bullseye by the costume, and he's almost like crying in a way.
Yeah.
He's just so distraught, and he just like kind of headbutts him a little bit, and he's just he doesn't know what to do because he's like, I don't like. Do I kill you? I just heard my friend die. Like he's just so at this like crossroads. It's just like what do I do right now? And all he knows how to do is just like let out this kind of emotional, why.
And
So
it's fulfilling-
I
it's
did
fulfilling
think
that
that was well
prophecy,
done.
that line that Frank says to him in season 2. You're just
Yep.
one bad day away from being me.
Mhm.
And there it is.
Sure enough.
It did kind of remind me of like a cat that's on a table that like just looks at you and it's got a little pen. It just like, knocks it off. And that's
Or
kind of
just
how
a cat in
Daredevil
general.
just threw him off.
Cats are just evil in general. But yeah.
Oh, no. By the way, I submitted a picture of Gideon to Farrell. So hopefully if you guys get the next Farrell comic, maybe he'll be in the back of the pictures.
Nice.
So.
I'll let Trish know.
Yeah, please do. The last thing I'll say is, do we think that Bullseye did in fact survive that fall? I mean, well, I know he did survive that fall because
was
he's
like, he was
in
into the
the-
courtroom.
He was in
Well, yeah.
court.
he's in the courtroom, but like I heard a lot of fan not backlash, but just like fan reaction being like, oh well, maybe they laced his bones with adamantium because that happens in the comics. And I was like,
They
sure,
did.
It happens.
And-
Yeah,
did.
it happens at
that.
the end of season 3.
Yeah.
they do lace his bones with adamantium.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't
You're
remember if
led
they
to
said it was adamantium, but yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you're led to believe it is that. Yeah. They're
Yeah.
doing a surgery on him, which is in the comics. So
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, speaking of comics, have you guys heard of the Rippaverse?
No,
Who
what's that?
hasn't? Oh,
Oh, well, you haven't heard of Rippaverse comics?
wow.
That's kind of surprising.
What?
Ah,
With this?
that's it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
okay.
yeah. You have Whoa, you actually have some
logo. How could you
memorabilia.
not recognize that?
Is it as well known and great as Warriors of Plasm?
It's a
think-
baseball cap with
Lightning
with
bolt.
with lightning bolts. Yeah. So,
Whoa.
have y'all seen this video yet? The
No.
Ripiverse is failing. Oh my god! Type business in the
Oh.
comments.
This is the one that I was like, why the fuck did he feel the need to post this, right? Isn't this that one?
There are multiple videos where you could say the same
I mean,
exact
that's
thing.
true.
Why did he feel the need to post this?
Oh,
That's the big
fuck.
thing.
Monetize your haters. Is this the Geeks and Gamers motto that he thinks he can do?
Monetize your haters. Well, Kyle, you know a lot about, Ripiverse, and you we've gone on a full journey of like, reading ISOM 1 and going through Alpha Core and all these different things. Oh shoot, I'm blanking on the question I was going to ask you now.
That's a shame.
That's a shame. Oh well. Well, he had this video. He also had another video that talked about like, oh, if the Ripiverse isn't for you, that's totally fine. Maybe there are other comics that we make that's better for you. But this one was more to go over like the business.
You know what?
Oh,
This
that's what I
dog
was-
shit with other shit for you too. What other fucking shit you want?
If you don't like diarrhea, we got some solid shit
Yeah,
for you,
it's
you know?
like, oh, great.
It's like, oh, thank you. No, but I was gonna ask Kyle. I remembered my question. Isn't Gothic supposed to be doing these videos for him? Like I
Yes,
thought she was supposed to be the PR person.
Yeah, she was the, I guess the human shield for him. Like that's the point of having her out
Oh.
there. Like you say this stupid shit, so I don't have to. So yeah, has she posted any videos recently?
I don't follow her, so I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm like,
Yeah.
where the fuck did she go? Like she was
Right.
all into this, and now it's like no one said anything about her. So this is
Yeah.
really weird.
Now, I genuinely have to ask because I'm legitimately curious. Like I'm so fascinated, but within the past like 2 weeks, well, let's see, when was this released? 10 days ago. So less than 14 days, he's released 3 different videos. One, the Ripiverse is failing. Oh my god. There's another one that he released that's called the Ripiverse sucks. And that's it. That's the title of the video. The Ripiverse sucks. That was 6 days
Pretty
ago.
vague.
Yeah.
But accurate.
And then he released one today, like an hour before we went live. He released another one talking about
Jeez.
like Ripiverse in general. So I'm genuinely curious at this point. Does he kind of like the attention that EVS is giving him? And like, are they potentially working together? Like,
No.
is this
Some
conspiratorial
kayfabe?
where?
It's some like honestly like wrestling kayfabe going on.
Yeah, like where Ethan is like,
Yeah.
okay, Eric, do another video, and Eric's like,
all right,
oh, dude,
that's
I've got a
some
really
major
good one.
conspiracy theory shit going on, dude. That's,
You were
because
giving this dumb fuck retard way too much
Yeah.
credit.
hey, write
I just
every
can't
book
think
like
of a reason
shit.
why he's still making videos like
Because
that are
he knows he's a fucking fraud. So he feels like he has to explain every bad decision.
Yep.
'Cause
I'm gonna
I
double and
promise-
triple down
this-
on this.
Yeah, this dude, I was gonna say I mean this in the nicest way, but I really don't. This guy has so little self-worth that he's got to come out here and try to explain every fucking thing that he does, as if it instead of just being like, yo, young business, we're grown, we're gonna make mistakes. That's all right, we're gonna get better.
Hmm.
If he just
And-
said that and then continued to get better, but no, he's got to come out with this stupid bullshit every time. And then when he talks, he tries to sound like he's this super intelligent business guy. And it's like business 101. Any fucking high schooler trying to take any type of business course in high school is going to know the shit that he's talking about. Like, I don't know.
Mhm.
Well, and I think that's what's so difficult is that, like you said, Josh, he's he keeps coming out and he's like, all right, here's my explanation for why I did this. Or like, guys, I did this double page spread because it's a creative decision or whatever. And that just makes people say like, I think you're lying though. Like that doesn't feel genuine. And then when he goes like,
Yeah, because you're an
Well,
idiot. Because you are wrong. Like you're a dumbass. You don't know how to print your fucking book. Just say I'm a fucking moron and I miscounted the pages. There you go. Problem. Sorry, it won't happen again. Like,
and
Yeah.
And I think that's the difficult part too, is that there should be a level of Josh, I think you had said it or mentioned it, but like if you were to address it, at least get better afterwards, right? Like, or even if he doesn't address it, you're still just continually getting better, so that if people do like if there are criticisms that are pointed at you, you can still say, oh yeah, absolutely, I made that mistake, but look at what we've done in the meantime and look at how much better we've gotten now. But we don't see that progression, I don't feel like.
Yeah, I mean, you do and you don't. At the end of the day, he's got a loyal fan base. Like, just feed your fan base, man. Like, and people are always going to talk shit about what you do, no matter what you do. And like, look, let's use Tyler Perry as an example. Dude's got all these TV shows and films that he just throws out like nobody's business. Are they good? No. Do they have entertaining moments? Yeah. Do people love them? Hey, for some reason, don't ask me why. But there are people that love what Tyler Perry does. Is this dude ever winning an Oscar or an Emmy for anything he does? Fuck no. But he knows what his thing is. He knows that he's got that audience, and he's just like, you know what? It's making me money. Let's do it. If Eric just did that, I wouldn't care as much about how shitty the quality of his stuff is. I'd be like, he makes shitty comics and people like it. Good for them. But because he comes to try to like he's some savant and people just don't understand. So let me explain it to you, peon. Like I'm like, fuck off, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I understand that. Like I genuinely do understand and see how grating he has become to people, especially when the gaslighting happened. I think for me, that was when I had to put some of these books down and go, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, hang on a second. Just because I've posed some valid criticism, but that you're calling bad faith, and now I'm a detractor, like your whole like audience was about listening to you talking about like, this whole how terrible comics were and how shitty Marvel and DC were and all this stuff. And now when we pose any sort of like, hey, I don't know if I really like this dialogue, or hey, this art kind of seems off. Now we're detractors. It's like, dude, you just pulled a Marvel and DC, exactly what you've been talking about this whole time. And I think that gaslighting really led a lot of people to take on the defensive and be like, I do not like what this is, what like road this is going down. So for context, this was the video that came out like mere hours before we went live tonight. This is called "They Lied About the Entire Thing, ... Beyond the Narrative #1. So what he's doing is this is actually going to be a series of videos, and I will let him speak for him, but a series of videos of where he disproves detractors' lies. I am not kidding. And the first one that he disproves here in this 30-minute video. But hey, he's stopping with YouTube, guys. He's pulling back from YouTube. He's not going to do this anymore. Is Riley. This is episode #1 is Riley. You could just title it, the Clipiverse or whatever. So I'll play a little bit of this just so you guys know the context. But I think ultimately we will be talking about the business or the bidness video, because I think there's more to talk about in the business video than there is the beyond the narrative video.
Thank you, because this is 30 fucking minutes long.
Oh yeah, we are not trying to go through this thing.
Flipping fucking tables in the second.
Yeah.
Christ.
Well, the other thing too is like I don't give a shit about Riley. Like no one
does.
Who's Riley?
He's the kid who got arrested at the Dallas fan meetup.
Oh,
remember that guy?
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah,
He's a psycho weirdo, and
Is
like
that the one we saw outside the restaurant?
It's wearing the cape and everything. Yeah.
Who's like handing out free ISOM copies of ISOM. Yeah. Like he's a freak. He's a weirdo. He is unhinged. He's done some terrible things to Eric. And even though people, may dislike Eric, he doesn't deserve the shit that's been happening to him from this weirdo Riley guy.
Agreed.
Like Yeah. And so he makes this 30-minute video about, well, Riley actually found my warehouse. And because if you guys go to the warehouse, you'll notice that this, and I'm just watching this video like, why do I care about any of this? You're
But
not
this is
talking about the quality of your comics. You're not talking about the character development or how you're trying to get artists to come on board. Like, I give 0 Fs about what Riley is doing right now, but he apparently wanted to make a 30-minute video about it. So
This is why I say Eric has no self-worth, because anyone that actually had some self-worth would look at someone like Riley and go, this guy's fucking psycho.
yeah.
It's not worth my time to give him any attention or energy or whatever,
Right.
and just let it
Yeah.
like leave it alone.
Yeah.
There's-
let him be a
there's more-
goofball. The kid's a goofball. Just let him
Yeah.
act like a goofball.
Well, he's a little bit more than a goofball, but he's
What
kind
does
of
he do? What did he
unhinged,
do? What did he went to his
He-
warehouse that's publicly accessible and
Put
posted some
stickers
money
on.
on his door. So
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, that's
What?
being a goofball. The part that makes me go like, no, like I would put a restraining order on this kid is he went to Eric's granddad's like grave and
Grave,
pissed on
yeah.
it.
Publicly accessible. So what?
It's dude, you don't mess with someone's like dead family. Like that's weird.
Yeah, but again, like take action. Like if you want to take some type of legal action, fine.
Yeah.
But you don't post videos of it, and then you don't spend like 2 years not
Yeah.
letting it go.
Right.
Like move on.
Well, that was the big thing that I found with this video is I was like, wait, we're still not done with the Riley saga? I thought we were way done with that.
Me? Yeah.
Like once he got arrested, it's
He-
done. You know, it's a
he's-
done deal. He got arrested.
He's only had one video so far, right? In the series.
Yes, this is his first one, and it came out today.
So mark my words, the next 3 are gonna be EVS, Ricada, and whoever the fuckwad is that used to do videos, the loud guy.
Loud guy. Oh, Az?
Turbo?
No, he's got the kind of
Oh, Dick Masterson. Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Mhm. No, he actually mentions Dick and
Vito.
Ricada in this
Oh.
video. Now he doesn't mention them by name because he thinks that by saying this person,
You can't say that.
he never says the name. So even though you can clearly discern that he's either talking about Ricada or EVS or Dick Masterson. So, but yeah, let's play a little bit of this. It's really only like the first minute that is noteworthy so that you can get an understanding of what this series is going to be.
Before the Rippaverse took off, I was everywhere, interacting with fans, critics, and even the haters. But once the Rippaverse exploded, my life changed. I made a promise to myself, my family, my team, and our customers to focus on being a better professional for the sake of this business. Unfortunately, some saw that as an opportunity. Without me actively addressing things, drama farm and content creators fill the gap, floating lies, taking things out of context, and spinning narratives unchecked. And while there are plenty of people that are pushing back and defending me, it's rarely creators with big platforms. So a lot of people, especially the perpetually online, start believing the lies. While most of this nonsense hasn't impacted the business, it's not for lack of trying. These people go out of their way to go after anyone who supports me or the Rippaverse, fans, business partners, even colleagues. They don't deserve that. So I'm starting this segment Beyond the Narrative as a simple place for people to reference when the usual nonsense pops up. This isn't me going back to monetize your haters, and I'm not diving back into the YouTube grind. YouTube isn't my focus anymore, so I'm not chasing
Bullshit.
content. I'm spending 20
Bullshit.
minutes recording this, passing it off to my editorial team, and getting right back to work. These segments are here so that fans and
Editorial
really
team
anyone
in
who supports
quotes?
what we're doing.
Editorial team. I don't.
Editorial team, does that mean him?
It's in quotes. It's like it's actually.
It's actually me.
Have a central place to point to when someone brings up one of these tired talking points. Whether you
So does that make sense? So I'm a Rippa fan. Someone goes, "Oh, you didn't know about Riley? Oh, he did this, this, and that." And then me as a Rippa fan, I go, "No, you should watch the Beyond the Narrative video because see, look, he talks about the detractors here." So like my understanding of this whole video series is just to own the chuds.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
That's
what I'm
it
getting
sounds
from
like.
this?
Yeah, everything you said about not being back on YouTube and not doing that was all a lie because you're making this video.
Because,
On YouTube.
because you're having to make this video. And I mean, if he were just stream of consciousness was just talking for 30 minutes and then he went on about his day, that's one thing. But he's having to recall a lot. Like, for example, whenever I make a video,
He spent all day preparing this video. Like,
that's
if not
right.
more.
That's my thought, right?
Yeah.
Because like even when I have to collect my thoughts, it'll take me sometimes an hour for like an 8-minute video, right?
Yeah.
To like write
Yeah.
things down or take notes or make sure I have the right information about an article, or I have to watch it like a episode of a show or something, like whatever it may be. That's it. That's an hour to 2 hours of your day that you're having to do something. And for what, like 8 minutes or 10 minutes of a video. So I don't know. It just seems disingenuous to say like, I filmed this in, 20 minutes and then I went on with my day. It's like, dude, no, you didn't. Like,
Clearly
just-
not, because it's a 29-minute video.
Yeah.
And you have nothing else to do, dipshit. No one's buying your books anymore. What are you talking about? Like,
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers yet, but I mean,
not
will
good,
say-
Bryce. Sum 3.
I will say I don't see people talking about the books. I just see people talking about the numbers of the books. So
Shocking.
Yeah. Shocking.
You want to reference it, share it, or just have the facts, it's all right here. So let's get into the first issue. There's a lot of fake information floating around about the weirdo who got arrested outside of our.
So the other thing that I didn't mention earlier, but he says like a lot of people that defend me are my fans, but they don't have big platforms so that they can't actually like speak for me or like talk about, defend me in that way. So he's like, so because I have a big platform, I will defend myself in this courtroom and I'll give you the facts, right? Which I guess is fine, but like to Josh's point, like, dude, if you are living the high life, the peons below you, or you're going to be like, why would I concern myself with this Riley guy?
Look, especially when I had my corporate job, there are plenty of people that did not like me, whether it was justified or not. I didn't care. Like, I don't care. Now, Max, if you came up to me or Kyle came up to me or Drew came up to me one day and you're like, I'm pissed off at you, because I would care, because I have a personal relationship with you. I've developed a friendship. Like, that's something I want to cherish and hold on to. In those cases, I would explain something. Like if I felt like I messed up, or maybe it was misunderstanding, whatever. I don't know why he does this. Like, it doesn't matter. It only hurts what he's actually trying to do.
No, you're absolutely right, Josh. It's just like when, let's just say, like any politician, like if someone is like a front-running politician and they acknowledge someone who's at the very bottom, they acknowledge their presence. It's like, wait a minute, why are you doing that? Why are you calling them out? It's like, there's a problem. You shouldn't be concerned about them at all. Why are you talking about them? There's a problem. And the fact that Eric is talking about this guy, it's like, there's a problem here. Something is not right. There's no reason why he should be giving 2 cents to this guy.
Yep.
For
me, it just seems like something is not right.
Yeah.
It also just feeds the flames of his detractors, quote unquote. Like EVS is going to actually, as we speak, I was watching him live, like on his channel, talking about this exact video, right? Like, and it's like, what else would you expect? You're, of course, EVS is making money from this, and he is like loving this. He doesn't care. EVS doesn't care that he's being called a detractor, that people don't like him anymore. Like, it doesn't matter. He's making tons of money and having fun, like just ripping on Eric. So
it's easy.
It's really easy when you give him like a 30-minute video to just rip on. So
yeah, but also EVS doesn't pretend like he's not doing that. Like, he owns it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's totally
like
yep.
I'm gonna risk the shit.
To do so.
Like,
yeah. No, he is happy to do so. And in his live streams, he's even said like before where, and I'm paraphrasing, like, because I don't remember his exact words, but something to the effect of like, listen, I'm going to talk about all these Eric videos because they're all dumb. And like, why would I not talk about it when it's entertaining? And he's fully aware of what he's doing and he's cool with it. Like, why not? So,
yep.
And then you get a lot of people that are like, oh, well, you get detractors who make it their life's mission to like take Eric down. And it's like, Ethan's not trying to take him down. He's just finding entertainment through. He just finds it really funny, and he's getting money from it.
It's hilarious to make fun of morons.
And if someone were paying me to make fun of a moron, it's like, oh wow,
who just gives me info. I don't have to do anything. You're giving me all of this fodder to make fun of you with. I'm not even having to go out and find it. It's
Bro, that's why I said, I was like, yo, Eric has to be working with EVS on this. Like, he has to be getting a cut of whatever EVS is getting paid, because there's no way that he just released another video for him to like clip through. Too funny. I'll play just a little bit more of this.
Our meetup. So in this video, we're going to break down some of those myths. A YouTuber who I wasn't even familiar with called my operation a scam and then posted a wall of text review. Still in my content phase, I addressed that wall of text in a video. The review was clearly bogus, and I broke down exactly why. We focused.
So here he's talking about Masterson, Dick Masterson.
Dick Masterson's legitimate notes for ISOM.
Yeah. These are his notes that he took from ISOM number 1. And what you'll hear Eric say is that they were illegitimate. And actually, I'd have to go back and look at our reviews, but we actually did a live stream about good faith versus bad faith criticism. Do you guys remember that one? This was like maybe a year or 2 ago. It was a while ago, where I think we actually brought in EVS's clip and we talked about like, what does good faith and bad faith criticism mean, and how do we interpret it? And so Eric then goes back to that in this video, and he says that because this review was done in bad faith, it's like he were lying about the book. It's as if you were to say the sky is green and not the sky is blue. But when I read these notes, they're not lying. They're just subjective. Not even subjective. They're just objective realities where Dick saw, hey, why are you starting the book 2 weeks? What was it? 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. It's like from what?
Instead of just then. Yeah, 2 weeks from when, right? So just little things like that where Eric is like, oh, well, I dismissed this because it was lying. But how can you lie about something if it's a review of a comic book, right?
And also these notes, it's stream of consciousness. I'm literally reading it right now, and I'm taking a note right now. And then it's like, it may get answered on later on in the book, but I'm just typing it out right now. So then he'll look at it and like, that's clearly been answered later on in the book, you fucking moron. If you actually read the book, you'd know that. It's like, but yeah, I wrote that at the time I read that panel.
Yeah.
It's like, but of course he's dismissing it like he's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know how to take fucking notes. It's like,
hey,
yeah, because
Drew's gotten my stream of consciousness notes where I'm like, yo, you should have this happen. And then I'll be like, never mind. Because he does it like a page later.
Yeah, that's funny because like I'll read some of these out. 2 weeks ago, do not start back in time. Are we earlier today in the present time or 2 weeks ago? Confusing who is the I don't know. I can't read that. Sister? Oh, yeah. Confusing who is the sister and who is Mrs. Newman. If not for your sister, do it. Or if not for your sister, do it for Mrs. Newman. So I think there's a line in the book where this ISOM is being confronted by this person. And she's like, if you don't do it for your sister, do it for Mrs. Newman. And Dick Masterson's criticism was like, who the fuck is Mrs. Newman?
Like, not only who is your
wife, man.
Yeah. Newman. So, so yeah, as you read through these notes, they are fully stream of consciousness. It's just basically like you read a panel and you go, what does that mean? You just type it out, right? Just really quick. So, yeah, this is Eric's comment on it, though.
That wall of text in a video. The review was clearly bogus, and I broke down exactly why. We focused on what was said, not who said it. It was pretty even keeled and basic. This is why I never even mentioned where it had come from. This sparked a whole conversation about good versus bad faith criticism. Instead of focusing on whether or not the review itself was legitimate, some people tried to twist the narrative, acting as if I was attacking all criticism, but that was never the point. The focus was on the veracity of what was being said. If a review is filled with false things or made up nonsense, why would anyone take it seriously? It's like
false things and made up narratives. I was like,
what are you talking about?
Yeah. I don't.
But your book did start 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Like,
no one understands why.
Yeah.
All those notes that he wrote right there, those quick little things, they all made sense. That's legitimate criticism and editorial things that could be changed in your book.
Yeah,
There's no
that's why I'm
disputing
like,
that. You can't say, well, it was in bad faith, so that's wrong. It's like, no, that's objectively correct. You're a fucking idiot. Like, I don't understand. It's like, what are you talking about?
and that's like, because there's a quote in the notes, like the direct quote from the comic is in the notes. So how can you say that it's not objectively like in there and say like, oh, it's bad faith, it's like lying? It's like, no, but you wrote that piece of dialogue.
Yeah.
I'm so
I didn't
confused.
make
Like,
that
I'm
up.
sorry. Yeah. So here's what he says about the aspect of lying and what that looks like if you were to say that, like, the sky is green or something.
If a review is filled with false things or made up nonsense, why would anyone take it seriously? It's like if someone told you the sky is green and gravity doesn't exist, you wouldn't sit there debating it like it's a valid opinion. You just dismiss it
gravity is
because
still
it's
a theory.
The theory of gravity.
Gravity,
right?
yes.
Yeah. That's a good point, Drew. Yeah.
objectively false. Same thing here. If something is clearly untrue,
This guy is what we're all feeling right now. What the fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Every time Eric talks.
God.
Yeah.
why would anyone take it to heart? If you're wondering where one of the biggest fake narratives started, it was this. And if you don't believe me, check out Dan Cotter's thread where he dismantled that review point by point, complete with receipts. It's a masterclass. Apparently that critique of the critique bruised the guy's ego.
Oh, a critique of your critique.
Critique of critique.
From that point on, he declared me public enemy number one in his own little one-sided war. Then one of his lackeys decided to inject himself into this imaginary feud for some internet clout, the things people will do for content. Here's where it really gets weird. I never interacted with this guy, not once to my knowledge, yet out of nowhere, he built his entire online persona around me. He ripped off my podcast, copied the logo, and became obsessed, even with what he chooses to call himself. And then his whole bit was threatening to shave me. Weird stuff. Again, this wasn't a one.
No, it's funny. It's not weird.
Yeah. But
That's
here's
a
the thing.
That's a serious threat. That's a
Yeah.
huge serious threat.
If Eric had never given this guy the time of day, no one would know who he is. He would have been the tweet or the video that happened. People watched it. It went viral, and then nothing else.
Yeah.
Potentially. And I mean, yeah, if this was never, I don't know how it escalated to the, oh, you know what? No, I think it was the warehouse first. And when Eric had assigned the restraining order or something like that, I think that's when Riley took it to heart and was just like, I'm now going to destroy you.
But
So I think
even-
that was when things happened. but-
Even the warehouse thing, Eric's the one that made it a big show.
Yeah.
He was the one doing the multiple videos, the multiple posts, all this stuff. He was the one then going on Ricada trying to explain why this is such a bad thing, when honestly it's like, yo, bro, some psycho came and put stickers on your warehouse. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
And you know, it's,
higher security. Guess what? Higher security.
Yep.
I think he said that he has security at the warehouse or something, but I don't know if that's valid or
Was
not.
it Barney Gumble from The Simpsons? Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, so I thought that this was very interesting, where he says, like, you know, it started with Dick Masterson and his fake narrative and his fake notes. And because Riley was a fan of Dick, Riley then became this new thing. And that's where the video starts, or at least really starts, because then the whole rest of the video is, here's a clip of Riley talking about Eric. Here's the like warehouse video of like, oh, where the warehouse is at and how he got there. And then the rest of it is like, the police report, and like just like lots and lots of Riley for the next 30 minutes. But he briefly mentioned this Twitter thread. Did you guys ever read this? I've never seen this before.
No.
What is this business?
This is somebody that's in favor of Eric debunking all of Dick Masterson's stream of consciousness.
Correct. Because, like, for example, this says confusing who is the sister and who is Mrs. Newman, which was a direct quote, I guess. If not for your sister, do it for Mrs. Newman. It doesn't have the same impact. Absurd. His sister asks him if he remembers Mrs. Newman's daughter. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like,
so
okay.
convenient.
Keep going.
Who? Yeah,
whose
like,
daughter?
wait.
The who?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absurd. Oh, absurd, he says, that we can't follow the like the family tree here. His sister asks him if he remembers Mrs. Newman's daughter to open the call. Worrisome reading comprehension level. Okay.
It's like, but who are these characters though? That's what he's saying. Who are these people? Why do I care?
Right. So I think, yeah. So even though it looks like maybe Dick got the quote wrong, he did get the quote right when it says "Do it for Mrs. Newman" or "Remember Jasmine, Mrs. Newman's daughter." I haven't heard from her in a week. I think his main criticism here is, like you said, Kyle. He's wondering who these people are. Like, who's Jasmine? Who's Mrs. Newman? And why are they asking about them?
Right. He should be saying about your sister. It's confusing. It doesn't have the same impact as in somebody saying, hey, if not for this person, do it for your sister. That has more of an impact than if not for your sister, do it for some random who gives a fuck. So at least with a sister, it's like, okay, we can kind of relate to how important this could be. So, which is very valid.
Yeah. So I think I would have to go through that Twitter thread and actually read it because I haven't, I got to do my due diligence and my homework. But I do think it's interesting because I would like to see, like, hey, what were some of Dick's comments and how were they thwarted, right? How was there, were there some valid pushback against Dick's notes here? So.
Yeah.
His orders, it's right there in the writing. And you find out it's meat later on. Worrisome reading comprehension level. Is his brain okay? All right. Interesting. So that was the 30-minute video that he released about 6 hours ago. So like right before we came on stream. This one though is called "The Rippaverse is Failing. Oh my God." Type business in the comments. Now, this one to me is also confusing as well because it is more so talking about the business aspect of like, oh, well, we designed our business for scalability, right? And when you scale a business, you diversify a lot of your products, which is why we didn't just stick with one, ISOM book. We made the Rippaverse magazine, and I'm just listening to this whole thing like, who cares? I do not care.
You're also
I want
wrong,
good
but yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah. But like, I want a good comic book. I don't care how DC makes it. I don't care how Marvel makes it. I just want a good comic book in my hands when I go to the comic shop. So like, let's talk about that, right? But it's
one good product, Eric. Make one good fucking product. You can't do that.
Just one. Yeah. Well, let's hear him out. Let's see what he has to say about business.
The Rippaverse is failing. You've probably heard that before. And look, people are free to have their opinions about our work. That's the nature of any creative project. Some folks will like it, some won't, and that's normal. But it's strange how some start attacking neutral voices and even those who speak positively about the Rippaverse. It's like they're invested in seeing us collapse. Yet, here we are, heading into our third year of supposedly failing. This creates a great opportunity, especially for aspiring independent creators, to dive into some real business lessons, because this isn't just about comics. It's about how success is perceived or misrepresented in the indie space. Many focus on the creative side, but overlook the business mechanics. And if you're into that kind of insight, check out my Creator Business channel where I dive into these topics all the time. The Rippaverse.
So does he think by doing the business YouTube channel that it will like influence other young comic fans to start their own comic businesses?
I hope not.
It sounds like he thinks it will. I think he really thinks it will.
Because what's the purpose? Or is it just his self-filleting ego to be like, well, I'm so good at my business, I want to tell other people about like how good I'm doing in my business?
I think it's partially that. Also, anyone watching, don't take business advice from Eric. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, anybody that says business, stay the fuck away from. He's trying to do the Jeremy Griggs. No, dude, lean into that. Lean into that. It's funny. Start, it's like, no, not when you're trying to take yourself seriously, which is what he's trying to do. And again, all it would take is somebody to look at his graphs of sharp decline in sales to be like, you don't know shit about fuck when it comes to comics.
Well, that's what he's like, oh, they've been saying I've been dying for 3 years. Clearly that's not accurate. But you've been trending down year after year after year when you look at sales for an individual title.
Yeah.
So
you haven't
yeah,
bottomed
man,
even out yet.
Yeah.
You're still going down. You haven't even hit like, okay, you're going to average out about $200,000 to $300,000, $400,000 a campaign. Like you haven't even hit that yet. You don't even know where your bottom is.
No, but guys, you don't understand those. He's making 10 different books that all make about $200,000 each book. So now that he makes multiple of them, he's still making the same amount of money, but they're just more books.
Right.
But he's not taking into consideration the fact of the what would that be? Not
He's
the
spending
would
more
be
his cost.
well,
He's
yeah,
getting-
the cost of actually, the cost of actually making the more books and how that would affect the overall, But
just before you hit play, these videos specifically where he's talking about business reminds me of those like airhead bimbos when they're like telling people how smart they are. And then
which
every
ones are
action,
There's a lot of empty-headed bimbos on YouTube and TikTok.
Right, but the ones that are like, oh my god, I'm so smart because those, and then everything else that they proceed to say or do is the dumbest fucking thing you've ever heard. Eric July. Except sometimes he doesn't say something stupid. He just says something that's common sense that everyone knows, but he thinks he is like,
it's like profound.
Found the way, like you thought The Secret was the answer? No, Eric July. He is the secret.
All right. Well, dang. I want to hear his secret. I want to hear how to do business. Enzo 214 says girl math. I mean,
exactly. Now there's black guy math, which is this apparently.
There's hibbity jibbity math. It's Jibbity's razor, as we've seen previously in previous episodes of this. Oh man, Jibbity's razor. I will say I am guilty of girl math because I once bought something from Amazon and I returned it and I was like, "Ooh, money!" Was like,
big check.
That's a big check. That's a big one. I was like, "Oh, I'm profiting here. I have money back in my account." Yes.
I made money off of that.
Max, are you also in the girl math category that if you buy it with cash, then you didn't actually lose any money?
Right.
No, that one actually hurts me more when I pay with cash because I can physically see what's leaving my wallet. So that
It's
one is not. Yeah, you're like, no, wait.
This is real.
Yeah. When you, especially here in California, when you have like a gallon of milk, some eggs, and bacon, and they're like, "I'll take that $100 bill for you, sir," and I'm like, "No, well, I mean, do you have to?
Gotta eat."
All right. Oh, got it. Yeah, gotta eat.
Perceived or misrepresented in the indie space. Many focus on the creative side, but overlook the business. Dive into these topics all the time. The Rippaverse made waves in 2022 with ISOM #1 generating $3.7 million in sales. Despite technical hiccups, we hit $1 million by day 2, drawing attention from major outlets like Blaze and Fox News. They only wanted to hit us up after we had all that success. This success was the result of a perfect storm, a textbook first mover advantage. There was no frame of reference, no prior releases. It was our market entry disrupting the industry in a way few indie publishers could.
Do we think that this was in fact a first mover advantage? Because first mover advantage means that you're coming to the market before anyone else with a new innovative product or a new innovative way of introducing that product or something like that, right? First mover advantage is like you're the first one to that market and people didn't even know that they wanted that thing. And so I think he's saying that with the comic book, he's doing that because it's not crowdfunded.
No,
right?
He got the success that he has for 2 reasons. One, luck, Well, I'll say 3. 1, luck. 3, he's charismatic. He's got some charisma to him.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
3, he's a total fucking swindler. Because if you go back, no, but seriously though, if you go back to before that first book came out, all his talk was I'm not gonna do what these other guys are doing. Oh, I'm not gonna do woke. I'm not gonna do this. Yeah, but you still delivered a shitty comic. At the end of the day, whether it's woke or not, it's still a shitty comic. You didn't tell a good story, so it's not like you did anything better than Marvel or DC. You failed to do that. So that's why I say you're a swindler. But he got fan favor based on what he presented, which isn't accurate to what the product is, and people bought into that. They wanted so desperately for there to be something that wasn't woke that they jumped on that train, and that's fine. You can. The problem from his fan base is when that then came out and it wasn't a good product, to then try to save face, these people were like, well, it's not woke. It's not woke. Like,
Yeah.
and then they still keep buying it. It's almost like, well, I'm not gonna let you have this victory, so I'm gonna keep supporting this dog shit.
Yeah, he equates to I made a lot of money, so I must have a good product. It's literally, it's like he just says, well, I made a lot of money, so it must be good. It's like, no, that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
So what?
I think he's also about to say something here that's kind of interesting where he talks about like he gave customers something brand new, or like he gained like a huge new fan base of comic readers that have never read comics before or used to read comics, but now they dropped them and now they came back. And I'm like, I don't know if that's true or not. That maybe with ISOM 1, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Because even I've met Eric before. You're right, Josh. He's super charismatic and he's just a good dude. Like he just is very kind and gives of his time and is a nice guy to talk to. And so I think a lot of people use that goodwill for that first ISOM book. But after that, the non-comic readers aren't going to keep buying a $45 comic. You know what I mean? No. And so I think the rest of the people who are left over are just still his like big fans, which is fine. But I think it's disingenuous to say like, oh, we pulled in brand new comic book readers that have never read comics before, and now their favorite book is ISOM. It's like maybe like a few. I don't know. Do you guys think that that's a valid? Well, actually, let me play the video because I think he may say something to that effect here in a second. So maybe he'll say it better or can articulate it better than I can.
We launched during peak consumer dissatisfaction.
What'd you say?
I said definitely he will.
Maybe he can jibbity his way more than I can.
Filling a void exactly when audiences were hungry for alternatives. It was a lightning in a bottle moment, one that just can't be replicated. In 2023, ISOM number 2 brought in $2.3 million in sales. As anyone familiar with comics knows, sequels, especially issue number 2s, rarely matched the debut. But even with that expectation, ISOM number 2 was a massive success. We also expanded our lineup with Alpha Core number 1, which crossed $1 million in sales. But here's the thing. In comics, one title success doesn't guarantee another's. Expecting Blue Beetle to outsell Batman isn't realistic. Readers connect with specific characters and stories, leading to varied performance across titles. This was also when we anticipated shifts in consumer purchasing behavior. With more releases, buying habits evolved. Yaira number 1 marked our final use of the traditional long pre-order collection that ran like 80 days. After that, we pivoted, increasing release frequency and shorting pre-order windows to operate more like a traditional publisher. We adopted a collection model, smaller, focused pre-orders with fewer items. It streamlined the process and changed customer habits. Many buyers waited until after pre-order windows closed to make purchases, often consolidating orders to save on shipping, a common consumer optimization strategy. And here
So maybe I was misunderstanding a different video, or maybe it's just later on in this video. But yeah, I could have sworn that there was a something where he talked about whether it was consumer behavior or who bought the book or how many people were buying the book or like new comic readers were coming to buy the book or something like that. But I could be thinking of a different video, so I
I
apologize
mean,
if there isn't.
he had that line where he talked about like lightning in a bottle coming in at a good time when the market was desperate for something. And that was my point. He came in and he presented something that people were desperate for. And at the time that the first I saw him was coming out, you didn't have as many people, especially in the comics industry, jumping up in like, oh, this stuff is shit because you were in that sphere of, if you spoke out about it, you were getting everyone coming at you, even those that didn't believe it, saying you're a racist or a phobe or whatever it was going to be.
Right.
The only people that were actually speaking out about it were Comicsgate, but half of them were also saying shit that was like, okay, well, that's stupid too. So, it's like you didn't have anyone coming in just kind of being like a centralized voice. And he presented himself as a centralized voice of not, I'm not going to fall into these traps. Like we're going to tell a good action-packed comic book story. We're not going to focus on all this stupid stuff. We're not going to have these trainees. We're not going to have these gay characters. We're just going to deliver a good action comic. Except you didn't.
Right. Yeah. And Josh, to piggyback off of that, his big gripe with Comicsgate and crowdfunded books was it takes too long to get the product out. His main thing was, I want to get this book out as fast as possible. Fuck everything else. Clearly.
And on time.
And on time. I want it on time. I don't care about editorial. I don't care about art. I don't care about covers. I don't care about shit. I just want this book out as fast as possible. And that clearly shows in the product that you receive. It's like that was your biggest, I guarantee that was your number one thing.
Yep. But I also hate his whole thing like this isn't crowdfunding. I mean, okay, sure, maybe not anymore. It's not crowdfunding. It did start off as crowdfunding, whether you want to admit it or not. But he acts like he's on this completely separate asteroid of business, and I'm like, you're still doing direct to consumer. Like you're skipping the retailer and you're doing direct to consumer, which is exactly what crowdfunding is. Like it's the only difference is, these people don't have the funds to do their book up front. They're trying to get the people behind them to back it. Great, it happens. You got lucky, Eric. You got lucky that you got media coverage and everything else based on how you're presenting this, that set you up that you didn't need crowdfunding. Had I saw one done a fraction of what it actually did, he would still be crowdfunding books. Like there's not really a difference here.
Right.
And I think that's the thing that I will never, I don't think he will ever say, or his fans will ever say, and about the crowdfunding aspect is that like, you're right in saying that he thinks that he's on like a completely different asteroid and like a galaxy away of like doing business a completely different method. But then you look at someone like Brian Pulido doing like Lady Death. Bro, Brian Pulido pulls money for those Lady Death books, and they're good. Like the art in those Lady Death books are actually stunning.
Well, not just that. Brian Pulido's been doing this now for close to over 30 years.
Oh yeah.
And he's built a fan base with his characters, and not just Lady Death, but Evil Ernie and such. He's shown he's got quality art, and stories
they're fine.
They're fine. Yeah. But at the same time, he's established himself as a quality producer of comics.
Right. He's a salesman. Like he's their Stan Lee, for Coffin Comics.
He is a fantastic cheerleader for his stuff, and I got to compliment him for that.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. And his products are priced well. Like for a 28, well, he does both. So for the crowdfunding, he does a $28 buy-in for just the lowest tier. It's $28 or $29. You get the main book, which is like, I don't know, 60 pages or something, 48 pages, something like that. The main book, you get a black and white pencil of the same book, but now just all without any of the colors. And then you get a third book, which is all the covers. So all the, hundreds of covers that he has for that campaign or whatever, he puts them all in a third book that you get all for the $28 or $29, plus little like trinkets and fun things. And if you don't have the $28 for that package, for that initial entry-level package, you can buy these books through Diamond or Lunar or whatever. So he has different methods of distribution, but like that guy's a businessman. You know what I mean? Like he is understanding how to make good creative products, but also being able to, give the customer what they're looking for. And he does great on all his campaigns. But like, I would say he's probably closer to Eric than what Eric thinks Eric is at. I don't know, but
probably. But no, Eric wants to give you 144 pages of ISOM number 3. That'll make up for the amount of money I'm charging.
For $45, correct.
Yeah. More pages.
Yeah. Enzo214 says, ISOM feels like another YouTuber product. I never see anyone talk about Godslap either.
What was that?
The fuck is that?
Godslap was the comic from Charlie, I forget his last name, but his YouTube is Penguins Zero, I think, something like that. He's a huge Twitch streamer. He initially gained his fame from like video gaming, but then he started doing just like YouTube videos and commenting on things. And now he has like over 14 million subscribers, or like almost 20 million subscribers. Yeah, it's crazy. Whoa. And he's just like a normal guy. He's like not really anything special, but he made a comic about like this guy who is like a one punch man, but it's he can slap people or something like that.
Jesus Christ.
And it made like millions of dollars, right? Because he's got over 20, or 15 million subscribers on YouTube, and people bought into it. But it's not like it's a good comic. It's just like, oh, it's a product. It's a marketable product for that personality.
Comic shaped product.
Yes, TM, comic shaped product TM.
Speaking of, did you know that Markiplier, the YouTuber Markiplier, had a comic book series?
Yeah, it's very similar to this Charlie guy, like where it's just, hey, I'm a YouTube personality, I'm gonna make a comic book. Yeah.
God.
Moist Critical, that's his YouTuber name. Thank you. And Jack Frost says Max is correct on Charlie. Hey, I'm correct on something. That's good.
All right, your
All
YouTubers. All right, good for you.
Woo! Man, what does that say about me that I know YouTubers?
I was gonna say it says a Twitch streamer too at that.
Yeah, that's sad. I need to get a life.
Yeah.
I need to touch grass.
Here's an example of that coming directly from a customer. In 2024, we scaled up even more, releasing Yaira #1, Gooding the Polymath, The Horseman, Welcome to Florist Park.
Scale up. Just because you put products out doesn't mean you scale up.
That's a lot of products. That's a lot of damage. Yeah.
A lot of crap.
Now, granted, they're not all written by Eric, but they all are concepts. Well, actually, no, I think Horseman was a concept by Chuck Dixon, maybe. Which shows you what happens to legends when they work with Eric. They start losing their idea. No, I'm kidding.
It's just a paycheck for Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron. They clearly gave zero fucks about their comic-shaped product they were putting out for him.
Yeah. I'll say at least for Chuck, Chuck's doing fine. Chuck is doing very fine.
Yeah.
He's got, and on top of that, he's got a flippin' Jason Statham movie coming out based on his own book. So,
ooh, nice.
Yeah, it's like Ordinary Man or something like that. It's coming out. He's doing fine.
Yeah.
Mike, I hope Mike gets more work. Mike, and we do know Kyle and I know he's probably got another project coming up.
Nice.
With Eric.
With Nexus.
So, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, he's got another one with Eric.
Another Nexus book, you said?
No, he's got another title with Eric.
Yeah, with Eric.
Yes, of course, with Eric. Oh, hey, look, Drew, this is the poster the character of the poster that you have.
Hashtag Toadstorbs.
Yeah.
1 and 2 Ripazines alongside art books and other merchandise. This expanded catalog led to more transactions from a broader customer base, boosting revenue even without a $3.7 million.
Wait, from a broader customer base? No. It's the same customer base.
It's the same customers buying your shit, dude.
Yeah, it's not broader because like broader would mean that you're, even if you're not making as much money, a broader audience base would, I'm trying to think of like in the context of what that would mean. That'd be like people from all different like not just YouTube fans, but like actual comic book fans who are going into the comic shop, or maybe just book readers who are like, oh, I want to try comics now. Like that's broader when you're entering into new markets, you know what I mean? Not just comic markets, right? Does that seem
No, the way he's using broader is what you're describing, but what's the reality of what's actually happening is he's just putting more shit out.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
But-
which like yeah.
And here's the thing, he's talking about how his revenue increased. Yeah, sure, it probably did. With all those combined, I bet you made more than ISOM 1 or ISOM 2 just on its own.
Mhm.
But it's also 4 different books, which
Yeah.
means if you've got 4 books coming in to do the equivalent of 1 book, your margins are going to be way less because your
Yeah.
printing's going to cost more because you got less. Your shipping's going to probably cost more. I mean, it depends on how you negotiated your shipping. That's actually probably the one thing he's done well is getting that warehouse and then starting his shipping business.
Oh,
his Ripathon.
Shipaverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or no,
Because
sorry.
that gives him
Shipaverse
negotiating
is a
power
thing.
on shipping rates. But
Ripasend.
yeah,
Yeah.
his Ripathon. But yeah,
So-
this is not how business works.
So real quick, I just looked at the chat from Jack Frost talking about God Slap. So the first thing that came to mind when I read that premise was, is this like Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone, based on like he's got an arm wrestle for custody of his kid.
Potentially. I've never seen that movie, but that sounds amazing.
You ever seen Over the Top? Oh my god.
No.
Oh, you're missing out.
No. That sounds wild though. And Josh, another thing that I think we're not even mentioning though is him paying his creatives. So like think
Yeah.
about the artists on Yaira, Horseman or Horseman.
Even more releasing Yaira number
Joe
1.
Bennett?
So
Joe Bennett-
Yaira.
Joe Bennett didn't get paid?
Oh no, I'm sure these guys are getting paid because even Chuck
Oh.
Dixon was like,
Yeah, it's
Eric
how much money
pays.
he's spending on these
Yeah.
creatives to make
Hmm.
these 4
Well,
different books.
right.
Eric pays for now. Let's see if he can
Right.
keep it up.
Ah.
hmm
So Yaira, Goodying, Horseman, Alpha Core, Bloodruth, and the Ripazines, and ISOM. So all those different creatives have to be paid. They have to be paid on time. And then
Yeah.
also the books have to get out on time. But if you're not crowdfunding, how do they get out on time? Because there's no time frame. It's on your time frame, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's another thing that I've never really understood with the whole like, oh, our books are on time, but you're not crowdfunding in the traditional sense. So I don't understand how they could be on time if you don't set a time for yourself. If that, I don't
Yeah,
know.
that makes
Maybe
sense.
I'm just
Well, and he's also brought up how he's tapping into a different market. He's trying to find different. It's like, isn't that what DC and Marvel were doing with gay people and everybody else? And it's like,
yeah.
how is that working out for you?
Yeah.
It's a market that's not there. It's people that aren't there. And the people that are there think your books fucking suck because they do. So
Yep.
again, put out a good fucking product and people will
Right.
come and buy it and read it and stay. You can't
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't agree with your boy Zach on a lot of things as of late. I used to agree with him on almost everything. He's a master wordsmith. However, one of the things that I think he has deemed that I vehemently agree with is that a lot of these books are cultural war bonds. Have you guys heard that term that he created? Or, like,
It's so true.
and
Yeah,
it
it
is
is.
one of the most accurate things I've literally ever heard in my YouTube career, like ever. Like cultural war bonds is the perfect description for Ripaverse books.
It's
And
so true.
Yeah, and I can't like, I don't know. I guess I can't fault him for it. I mean, because these people are paying $45 a book because they want to support their favorite creator, and it's just a shame because it's like, hey man, you could be giving us like really great products, but instead they're just kind of like bad to mediocre. Oh well.
Yeah.
So let's see what else he has to say.
Catalog led to more transactions from a broader customer base, boosting revenue even without a $3.7 million breakout hit. The key We scaled the business by diversifying our product line and adapting to changing buyer habits, resulting in higher total revenue in 2024, despite shorter pre-order windows and no single mega hit. We operated like a traditional publisher, like we always wanted to be, but with the transparency often associated with crowdfunding. And that's where some of the confusion comes in. In crowdfunding, platforms like Indiegogo's and demand feature keep campaigns open indefinitely, so funding totals climb over time, giving the appearance of ongoing momentum. The Rippaverse operates a little differently. Our pre-order collections have set windows. When they close,
he calls them pre-order collections. He just means the pre-order, right? Like, what's a pre-order collection?
I mean, it's all the other stuff that you can buy with it.
Oh,
like you got your pre-order period,
Campaign.
you can get your statue, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is where you see how much of a fucking idiot Eric July is, because it's going to be like, oh, with crowdfunding, you've got your pre-order window or your backing window, and then yeah, you can support it after it if you want to too. But with mine, we just have the pre-order, and then you can still ordering, but the clock stops. Like, no, the clock doesn't stop. You just don't report those dollars.
Right. Yeah. That was the part of this video to me that I was like, wait, what? Like, I was so, sorry, wait.
Well,
there you guys go. I was like, I don't want to be on here.
Front and center.
Yeah. Whoa. And I think that's what he's about to say now is like,
it is.
So I'll just play it, because even listening to it again, like a second or third time, I was still just like, I'm not up on the Jibbity. Like my Jibbity's razor is too strong on this one. I couldn't really fathom what was going on. So
the counter stops, but sales don't. Just because the Horseman's pre-order collection ended doesn't mean that people stopped buying it. Our expanded catalog has become a significant asset, generating consistent storefront sales. Even without an active pre-order, it's not unusual for us to pull in $10,000 in a single day from just general store sales. Yaira number 2's pre-order collection closed at 10.7 thousand books sold. By the next morning, that number had already surpassed 11,000. This hybrid model, combining publisher-style releases with transparent pre-order counters, offers the best of both worlds: clear reporting for customers and ongoing revenue beyond initial launches. Our increased release volume has...
The amount of bullshit that just came out of his mouth.
Yep.
Like standard publisher release schedule, really? I don't see a book coming out once a month.
Yeah.
What the fuck
but
are you
the
talking
transparency, the transparency of crowdfunding, though.
Because that's what I want to see. I want to see the real numbers and transparency, how many books you're selling. And everything.
Yeah. That, like, literally, I mean, that first time was like, whoa, 3.7 million. That's freaking rad. That's super cool, you know?
But that's where Psycho Now, whatever his name is, your boy Zach, like the what does he call it?
Cultural war bonds.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. He actually just packaged it in a much better way. People weren't buying this for the product. Right. People were buying this for the message you were giving, and they backed that message because that's what people desperately wanted. But then you didn't get it. But then the people were kind of like, well, I can't talk shit about this because I just spent the past year building this shit up. So I'm gonna buy the next thing so people don't look at me like I'm crazy. Except we're looking at you like you're crazy because you're still buying shit. Except you're paying way too much for it. And then now he's got my whatever pre-order system isn't the same because you can still buy it through the retail store after it's done. Yeah, great. You can do that with crowdfunding too. It's called backer kits, you fuckwad.
So in that case, then I love this. I love this, Josh, by the way. I want to cover Rippaverse every weekend so that we can get this, Josh. But why then, and maybe this is just me being dumb or jet lagged, I'm not sure which one, maybe a little bit of both. where are we getting these numbers from? Because Kyle, I think you had said earlier that we actually see a decline in his numbers of like sales. Are you just taking the numbers of the books sold that he promotes on his website? Because he said like, oh, even when we take the pre-order collection down, or even when we take Horseman down off the website, people still are able to buy it. So are we getting those numbers? Is he reporting those? Or like, how does that work in terms of like the transparency aspect of things?
Right. I think the day-to-day he would be stupid you can't show that. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, don't you dare fucking put that. But,
we made $1 today.
Yeah, exactly. We make $10,000 a day, maybe sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
Maybe do it quarterly. Yeah, do it semi-annually.
But
even
like,
still, you can see the books on the market. It's like, okay, he sold 11,000 books. So then you could take that 11,000 and times it by the price of the book and average out a price for how much money. Because it is funny how he changed that though, from this is how much money we have raised or made to this is the amount of books bought or sold. It's like, isn't that how Diamond and everybody else was distributing? It's like, this is the amount of books that were sold to or bought by retailers. It's like, that's not the amount of books sold though. It's all the same shit. It's just in a different form.
And
it's the goalpost shifting game. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the other thing too is I know a lot of these his Rippa fans like buy the CGC graded books. They buy the whole lot of them. Like every variant cover will be CGC graded 9.8. And so you'll have like 4 books. You'll have cover A, B, C, and D, all CGC 9.8s, but no actual reader copy. Right. So it's like, well, are you reading them? You know?
Really not. Oh, that's your war bond, is what Zach was saying. Yeah, you don't even give a shit.
That is your war bond. If you look at Az from Heel versus Babyface, if you look at his background, his like, you know how like, I've got comics up here above the statues and like some comics here. Kyle, I think you've got some CGC on your wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
His whole row is like Rippaverse CGC books. And I'm like, wait, why? But what? Like you have, like from my understanding, like he has that first appearance of Bane. Like that's a high
Bane or
Vengeance of Bane. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Like that's a high value book. Why not put that up there?
Yeah.
Why are you putting Rippaverse stuff behind you, man?
You claim to be a comic book fan. Why would you have Rippaverse books? These aren't
comic book fan. You don't have Rippaverse stuff up there.
Yep.
So yeah.
Oh, because you have to.
Because you do a show with him.
You're a shill. So everything you say about it is fucking null and void because you're bought and paid for. You fucking asshole. So yeah. But go ahead and tell me how accurate everything is and how genuine you are in your reviews of everything. Would you ever sit next to Eric July on a stream and say, dude, your books fucking suck? Like, dude, I read this book. I tried to read it and it's fucking terrible.
It's like, oh, no.
No, that's bad for the narrative. You can't do that.
No. And I mean, the one thing that I know your boy Zach gives Gary and Critical Drinker a really hard time. But the one thing that I will say is that like, I don't know, even with all the detractors for Eric and Az and Gary and Critical Drinker, Gary continues to, at least for me, he continues to like thwart that whole detractor narrative. Whereas a lot of these guys have fallen to the wayside because of either their content or, what they've said. But like Gary seems to be really consistent about how he goes about things. And even with the Rippaverse stuff, he doesn't really talk about it that much. Like
he
said,
I think
your mouth shut.
Yeah. Right. Because he's like, yeah, I supported my friend and I think it's awesome. And I love that he's making his own product. And that's badass. And that's all you got to say.
Gary, no, because he's a real comic book fan. I think if we were to actually run into Gary, he would probably be like, ugh, like
you need some work. Right? Like, and he'd say, he'd say politely, and
he'd be very nice about it. But even he would be like,
he'd be like,
but he's smart. He understands it's a business, and it's like, look, I love my friend. I'm going to support him and what he does. I think it's great. Good for him. Godspeed.
Yeah. And that's a good friend to support him, but he also understands I'm not getting involved with this bullshit. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to shill for people. I'm not going to get involved in this drama, dumb whatever. I'm just going to do my videos, man. He's like, I'm going to make a woke Disney destroyed video, and someone's crying on the thumbnail, and he's like, I know what I'm good at, and I'm going to keep doing it. And so, Josh, we were just while you were away, we were talking about how a lot of these guys have been held, their feet have been held to the fire, and they've been criticized. But the one who comes out pretty much unscathed most of the time is Gary, because when Rippaverse is ever talked about, Gary normally doesn't touch it, and he just goes like, yeah, I like to support my friend, and I'm glad that he's making his own comic, and I think that's awesome, right? And he like, but after that, he's like, I'm not talking anything more about it, because he has read
that's
so
how smart
many comics in his life. Yeah.
Well, that's also how smart people do business.
Right. Yeah.
Like, back in the day, especially comics, film, whatever, if you liked something, you would talk about it. If you didn't like something, you didn't trash it. You didn't say this is bullshit. You didn't do whatever. You just pulled the PC like, oh yeah, no, I love this guy. He's a great guy. I'm glad that he's doing his own thing. Yeah, good job, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Because you didn't actually talk about the comic.
Right.
Exactly.
But that's telling. Like, that tells you all you need to know. Like, okay, well, cool.
Yeah. Now, here's the difference. And I think this is where the two can get conflated. If Gary were to say, I really like, I like the comic and I think it's good. And I really, I think, Isom is going to be the next like superhero character for this or that, blah, blah. And I'd be like, okay, but what makes you say that, right? And then we get into Rock and Robbie territory where it starts to be like, okay, so you did say the book was good, but why, right?
Well,
like, why are you
pointed and nuanced?
Yeah, there you go.
If Gary did that, though, he would lose all credibility.
Yes. Yep. And that's the thing.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
because his whole channel was built off of comics,
Yeah.
And then like owning a comic book store, knowing what books to sell, knowing what books to buy. And unfortunately, Rippaverse isn't the mark of quality when it comes to comics. And so he can't, I don't think he can go there, because he knows, he's like, listen, my standard is Fantastic Four, 48, 49, and 50. Anything below that, I can't give good, criticism.
Here's the thing with Gary. You could even make the argument like, oh, well, he, plays into clickbait and rage bait. And guess what? He does. However, he actually delivers well thought out, well discussed opinions and views that, aside from complaining about whatever he picks as a thumbnail, you then can't come back and say, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You might disagree with his takes. Like, there's plenty of stuff I've disagreed with him on, but he's always been able to explain why he did or didn't like something. And it's like, all right, that's valid, man. Like, you explained it. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, Max, you didn't like Daredevil. I mean, Down syndrome Danny up here, it's fine, but I'm kidding.
Correct.
Like, but you said why, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, I tend to feel pretty down whenever I watch these Disney movies. So feeling a bit Down syndrome as well is fair. How'd you like that video that I sent you where the guy is trying to start the engine and he goes, it must be down. He walks over to the engine and his like Down syndrome friend is standing in the engine block and he goes, must be down.
Must be down.
Oh,
we need to take that song from Agatha, that down the road, and just make it down syndrome.
Oh man, good thing we're 4 hours in. We won't be well, and then I'm already demonetized. So, but no, I think that is why I've always respected Gary and why I continue to love his material and his videos, because though he may be part of like the birthday party clown posse, he continues, like I said, to be unscathed after like years of criticism towards him. But he makes his videos entertaining, funny, actually informative, and he brings his own perspective to it, to where it's not just like, oh, I'm just repeating the narrative. he will have his own opinions, and I think
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. So, Harley Dave is in the chat. What's happening, brother? He says, "Down feeling Disney, 100%." Hope you're doing well, Harley, and I'm hoping that you're enjoying the show. But let's go ahead and end things there. Josh, do you have anything coming up? You've got top comics with Drew this Tuesday, yeah?
Yeah. So this week has kind of been this week's been a bit of a shamble. We had Marvelous Monday that was supposed to drop, had the issues with that, and I don't know, copyrights are pissing me off right now. We were gonna do top 5 comics this past Tuesday. I didn't have power or internet, so it's just getting pushed back to next week because I'm trying to play catch up on all the shit that I couldn't do for those 2 days. And we'll get back on track. So we'll just lose an episode of Culture Pop this month and then go from there. But it'll be all right.
All right. Well, good deal. I'm excited to hear about what the top comics are. And I'm sorry to hear about the power outage, though, because that storm hit you guys like out of nowhere, it felt like.
Yeah, no, we weren't expecting it to be nearly as bad. Well, so there's things called straight line winds, and it's almost like a tornado, except it's not a tornado, but you get wind speeds that are almost matching that of a tornado. So you don't know if it's going to happen or not. And that's what hit us, and we just weren't expecting it. But yeah, a lot of roofs got blown off, a lot of security, privacy fences torn down, billboards torn down, trees and power lines down. So,
oh my gosh, well, I'm glad you're all right, though.
Yeah,
does that stuff happen only where you're at? Or just in the state that you were in? Because I remember when I was in Abilene, it happened a little bit, but not like fences down. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, well, yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's East Texas.
Yeah. Well, and then Kyle and Drew both have comics that they are working on that some that they can disclose, others that they can't. But I'll let them talk about it at another time because I know we're getting late into the evening. But I am going to probably crash right after this because I'm still, oddly enough, jet lagged from being in Italy. But I wish I could go back. I already want to be back in Italy again. So I had plenty of croissants.
That's French, you dumb fuck. No. No,
the Italians eat croissants in the morning too, though.
Okay, sure. I'm not gonna lie. I was jealous, man. I was like, looking at your pictures you're posting and being like, "Fuck this loser! Like he sucks at life," and all this stuff,
Well, see, I was trying to make people jealous because I was like, what's the coolest picture I can think of right now? Yeah, I'll do that. And then I'd post it and be like,
oh, was that your Cartier or Dolce & Gabbana cologne picture that you posted?
Armani,
this is a sick picture. And then I was like, wait, who the fuck took this picture? Because clearly Max was like, hey, can someone take a picture of me sitting in this chair, but can you get it like way high up at a cool angle? And I'm gonna look away.
I don't know. I don't think I did that. I think just I was sitting there and I was drinking my scotch and I was looking at it intently, and someone came by and they were just like, stay there real quick. And then they snapped a picture and they were like, that's a good one. I think you could use that. And then I was like, thank you, kind stranger. And then I went about my day. So.
Okay, Eric July, calm down.
Harley Dave says, yeah, fuck your trip photos. Hey, those are good photos. The funny thing is, my normal photos are like me doing a stupid double chin, or like me going like this, or like at a comic convention. I never take like cool photos. So I was like, you know what? This trip, I'm gonna take cool photos. So
it was a cool fucking photo. Like I'll be transparent. I was like, damn, Max. Okay, looking like you should be in a magazine. All right.
Well, thank you. It may be the new Hinge profile. No, I think that's what X-Ray Girl was like. She's like, new Hinge profile.
Yeah, we had that little exchange there.
Yep, either that or a Cartier or like Armani, fragrance line.
Yeah, it looks like an ad for something like something fancy.
I hope so. Yeah. And then people meet me and I'm like, Hi. So there are 12 Space Marine legions, and during the during the 40,000th millennium of the Warhammer universe, and people are like, oh, okay, he's artistic. Oh well. Well, I think that'll do it for tonight. But thank you so much, chat, for hanging out with us this evening. I know we really only talked about two things, or actually three things: Star Trek, uh, Daredevil, and Rippaverse. Maybe next week we'll talk about some more comics. But yeah, I think we were able to fill up 4 hours of time with plenty of great talking points. But I hope everyone enjoys their weekend. And we look forward to seeing you guys next week on Comic Shop Conversations. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and I'll play my outro here.